no matter how you go about it. Mazi Okechukwu Nkere, Omalicha Woke, the Biafran Republic Government and Exile Finance Minister, is humbly campaigning for global Biafran financial support for the purpose of Finland Convention, Biafran Defense Forces, and redeclaration-related activities. I appreciate all Biafrans who have been supporting our liberation movement. I also urge everyone to massively support more than ever, especially in these critical times. Oh, my fellow lovely great Biafrans, let's come together and support our Prime Minister, Master Simon Ekpa, who is currently working tirelessly to hand over our freedom to us this year, 2024. Freedom is coming, yeah, yeah. Yo, 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 yo. Mazi Okechukwu Nkere. Salute every Biafran especially. Yeah, yeah. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama. Onyamana gidi bakulo unu. Okechukwu kama. Welu ndidi chukwu kasebele. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kama. Si Okechukwu Nkere nekelunu. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo na nyasi. Okechukwu kama. There is no magic to progress and success in life. Life gives back what you give to it. It takes a man who believes in himself to create wealth. So keep working hard and never lose hope in what you believe in. Ayakata. Life is not easy. Sigh. Make it take and judge. I want to use this special opportunity to recognize great Dim Odumegwu. I can't also forget General Philip Effiong, Okama Daloso, Kamchetakpanu men underground, Umoma Kubigwe, Anyena Fuakolunu, Airborne. De facto government in homeland, a special recognition to every Biafran who have been supporting from day one. May Elohim continue to flourish you in your different endeavors. He says, Mazina de Gano, Ohamadike, one of Biafra, EKID. The Prime Minister, Obatobie, Okechukwu Nkere Simukelekio, Wokoma, Okechukwu kama, Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama, Onyamana gidi bakulo unu. Okechukwu kama, Welu ndidi chukwu kasebele. Okechukwu kama, Okechukwu kama. Mama biko yobo lisa. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo na nyasi. Okechukwu kama. Ayole, ayiga kolole garole nu. Uwi bole, chetakwa na ndubofuo. 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, Onye puru chi uzo akwa no. Joy. Don't give up. One day, is so close. It's so close. Okay, Chukukama. Never you give up, no, no, no. Okay, Chukukama. Believe in your dreams, brother. Okay, Chukukama. Never you say no, 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 no. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukama. Never you down your faith, no, no. Okay, Chukukama. Keep your head up, keep on fighting. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukama. A big shout out to Mazi Ogechukukere. I salute you, my peer, Mazi Simoniba. Life is sweet when you're patient.
تعايش عبزي أمسنا لهم حسيبنا زنورنا بناي تكنيك ساقم قرب دونجنا نجمر لنا نتنز دونجنا تعمي غريتنا حتت جميرنا لنا إذا ما دبزنا بكلنا في بعض حشر دعواتكم لايك سبسكرايب أجد داسنتو لومي منجستي إريترا أب دقة مستر بهدوراي زلوم ناي قربتنا ون ناي بيافرا منجستي أب دقة برايم مينستر سايمون إكبا كالون أتو إلياس زلوم أجايش يوم كخنو مدبنا من البات نساعات يوك خيد سلازي بتمناخد سمعنان كتكاتاترنان بخبري يقدم. So welcome again to the show, and I have the honor to have you on this show on Galad Media. As a start, can you give us, Prime Minister Simon, your brief background on who you are, how and when did you join the struggle for self-determination of the Biafran people, and also when and how did you become the Prime Minister of the Biafra movement? Are you mate?
Thank you very much, Mr. Yabu. I'm very happy to be part of this historic moment today, speaking on your channel for the very first time in that side of Africa. My names are Ekpa Simon Njoko. I am a Biafran, and I joined the liberation of independent state of Biafra in 2019. And after the kidnap of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, and extraordinarily rendition to Nigeria in quest to end the Biafra struggle, I emerged as the leader of the then autopilot. The autopilot movement of the Biafra liberation metamorphosed to the Biafra government in exile and the de facto government in the homeland. And I was elected as the Prime Minister of the Biafra government, both in the homeland and in exile, on the 9th of April 2023. So I have been the Prime Minister of Biafra government since April 2023 to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Also, I would like to welcome the audience that are following us, especially the people from the Biafra. And this show is very much about the Eritrean and the Biafran people. And I think they have a lot of stuff, things related, So we are on the same struggle. And this program is one of the tools and means that we are using in our struggle. Mr. President Bahdurai as well, can you give us a background history of yourself and the transitional Eritrean government in exile?
Great. Primarily, I think I want to thank you, Mr. Hiyabu, for having us here. And I also want to give the Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, so do Mr. Elias for being here with us. This is only the beginning of so many to come. So I think we are very happy to be here together. My name is Gabri Bahadurai, and I am the founder and also the president of the Transitional Eritrean Government in Exile. For so many years, yes, since even young age, I was one of the early victims of Exodus. That was 1977, since the time, if not only one time, for 30 years, because of the existing government. I couldn't even visit my family. I couldn't be back home. While I was even welcomed 2 weeks ago to go to Ethiopia. Therefore, we decided, after so many struggle through the political parties and many different waves of people's movement in other sense. So I didn't see much to work. So I came up with the idea a little bit different, which is government in exile. If you're going to fight a government, you might act and prepare yourself as a government so you don't become a failed state, because it's not only for the sake of changing the government. So what after changing the government? Anything you try to remove something, you must think about replacement. So for that reason, 2.5 years, we introduced this government in exile, officially registered under the State Department of Justice. Going forward, even now, we are also working in order to elevate our program through the lobbying firm of Moran and Enterprise. And for that reason, that's why Mr. Elias is here, and he is the one to introduce both of us. So with that, I think I'll let it sit here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. G. Going forward, Mr. Elias, Vice President of the Moran Strategies Incorporation lobbying firm. Can you tell us who you and who you are and what role do you play with the Biafra and the Eritrean government in exile?
Thank you so much. I'm greatly honored to be here with all of you. As noted, I am a lobbyist with Moran Global Strategies, which is a lobbying firm founded by my good friend and colleague, James Moran, who served as a member of Congress representing Virginia for about a quarter of a century. Our firm has a great specialty in representing foreign clientele, whether it be foreign governments, foreign political parties, or corporations, amongst other clients, which include defense companies and a wide variety of causes. Our firm represents both the Biafra Republic government in exile. We also represent the Eritrean government in exile and the transitional president of Eritrea, Gebre Badarai. And these are not only clients, but also good and dear friends as well. And our firm, because we represent both clients, we brought both these Biafran causes and Eritrean causes together because it's always beneficial to see if there's mutual synergy between clients. To give you a layman's perspective, if you will, of what is lobbying at a granular level, which I think will be helpful for your audience. Similar to, I think the best analogy, which I think will make this lobbying, which oftentimes can be overly complicated, in a very simple, practical, and easy to understand way, is similar to how people hire accountants to do their taxes, or people hire lawyers to navigate the legal process. People hire lobbyists to navigate the political process and to influence public policy. Now, theoretically, you don't need a lobbyist. Everyone has the right to petition the government, but you have a much better chance of influencing policy, of having a voice in the room if you have a lobbyist. The same thing is in court. You could technically go into court without a lawyer, but if you go into court without a lawyer, and on the opposite side, you have a lawyer that's from a top law firm being paid $1,000 an hour, you're probably going to lose the case. The same thing applies here. We have expertise, we have an understanding of how Washington works, and we have relationships. Many of the members of Congress who are still in Congress have served in Congress with my colleague Jim Moran. He knows them. They know him. Many members of Congress know me. Many people in the think tank community know me. So when we make meeting requests on behalf of our clients, or when we try to relay items on behalf of our clients, it's not coming from a stranger. It's coming from a friend, a familiar voice. And look, I want to be clear. when we make requests, it doesn't automatically mean the member of Congress is going to do whatever we request or whatever we want. But we're in a position where we could have direct access, where we could put our clients face to face with the member of Congress, with their staffer, with the think tank official, with the stakeholders, where they could have that direct access, which is very difficult to get if you don't have a lobbyist. I'm just being very frank with you, because these offices are inundated with thousands of requests a day from people, most of whom they don't even know. And so the reaction you're going to have when you have someone that is a known quantity versus someone you never heard of before, it's going to be completely different. And because of what our activities, we're already seeing the results. Most recently, for example, the American Enterprise Institute and one of its senior scholars, Dr. Michael Rubin, who I've known personally for many years, published a very influential article talking about the Biafra self-referendum. This has not been ever done before. Biafra, until our engagement, really hasn't been discussed in Washington, D.C. But now, because of our efforts, one of the world's most influential think tanks is publishing about Biafra. With President Badarai, we've had a series of high-level meetings with President Badarai. We've had a series of high-level meetings with Congressman Sherman, with Ambassador Nagy. Ambassador Nagy also met with the Biafran Prime Minister, and they published these meetings. They issued tweets, which generated enormous publicity and also have caused us to receive attacks from the Eritrean Minister of Information. So with our activities, we're able to directly influence U.S. policy on behalf of our clients and to get real results, which would be difficult to achieve otherwise. And so, I view us as the spokesperson, if you will, or the spokespeople for these two noble causes here in Washington, D.C. We've made enormous progress, and I think we'll continue to make a significant more progress in the next coming weeks and months. So I just want to give you the 60,000-foot overview of generally what is a lobbyist, what it is that we do, why we're important. And I'm sure your audience can understand, when a congressperson receives a call from someone they served in Congress with for 20 years, it's going to be reacted to differently than a random phone call to their office. So I think this should be an easy message to comprehend. I think it's an important one for your audience to know. And I'm happy to discuss more specifics in the course of our conversation, but I just want to give you and your audience a 60,000-foot overview.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for all that, Mr. Elias, Vice President of the Modern Strategies. Going back to Prime Minister, the Honorable Simon Ekpa, can you give us some of the reasons why the Biafran people needed to be independent of the Nigerian government?
Thank you very much, Mr. Haibu, for that question. Biafra was forcefully joined together with Nigeria, other ethnic tribe in Nigeria, other ethnic nationalities. And during this forceful union, which was named the Amalgamation of 1914, the people that made up of the Niger area, which is today Nigeria, were not consulted. And people did not consent to find themselves, into this forceful union. And it may interest you that it is only in Nigeria that we have what is called a dangerous diversity. And in this dangerous diversity, from 1914, we have seen Nigeria supervising death of millions upon millions of indigenous people, both those that were massacred and killed by the terrorists that are invading Nigeria from other parts of the world. Unchallenged, the history of the northern Nigeria which was conquered by a man called Usman Ben Fodio, is what they are struggling all the time to replicate in this modern century. So Biafra found themselves in this forceful union with a very dangerous diversity, the diversity of culture, diversity of religion, diversity of language, everything. We are pulled apart from each other. Of course, it is not just about this diversity, but also the killings for a particular targeted purpose. And everybody understands that during the pogrom against the Biafrans in the north in 1945, it resulted to what led to the war, because the leaders of Biafra then decided that we can no longer continue to watch our people getting killed every day in Nigeria. And that led to the declaration of Biafra in 1967. Now, fast forward. After the war of Biafra in Nigeria, the genocide ended, there was something they called Triple R, which was introduced by the then president military ruler called Bahur. And of course, on that ground and basis, Biafrans lay down their weapons. After that, Triple R
network.
I think we're having some challenges.
Yes. Until.
Am I being heard?
Yeah, I think yeah, we have some
The network
problems. Yeah, we can go forward and then
yes,
come
and then
back.
you come back. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Come back to you.
Yeah, I can continue. It is
okay. Good.
I can
good.
continue. Yeah. It is one of those things. Yeah, yeah. It is one of those things we see in a movement like this. You're gonna see cyber attack. You're gonna see all manner of interruption.
That's true.
When the opposition and the evil enablers and their inventors are trying to disrupt this wonderful and historic program. So we are not going to be moved by all the interruption and all that. We will continue to focus on why we are here today. Whenever you stop hearing me, please call my attention. And when I also notice there is a problem on this side, I will also adjust. So going forward,
keep the fight on, Mr. President, Prime Minister. Keep the fight going on. Yes, we will continue.
Thank you. So going forward, Nigeria today no longer function as a law-governed state capable of resolving its political problem, socio-political problem, the diversity problem, the ethnic crisis, the invasion of the jihadist movement all over Nigeria. Nigeria have demonstrated that they are incapable of solving these problems. And so we have witnessed the massacre of people within the Nigeria state. We have witnessed the killings of indigenous people, and this killings is spreading very wide up to now to the southern part of Nigeria. And of course, these terrorists are struggling also to invade Biafraland. And they are being backed by the Nigeria state. As we see today, the Nigeria government is being controlled by these extremists. And then, of course, the Biafra people are completely different people from different background, different ethnic nationality, different religions, and all that. So we decided that we will not rely on Nigeria protection, otherwise the original plan of a man called Usman Danfodio will come to fruition. Biafra decided that we are going to take this upon ourselves, as the leaders of the Biafra in the 60s have created the awareness and, of course, tried to defend Biafrans that are getting killed all over Nigeria. And, of course, that particular attempt failed in what we see as a genocide. Nigeria have not been tried in any court for the starvation of Biafrans and the war crime against Biafra people. Today, Nigeria security agents are all infiltrated by Boko Haram and other terrorist groups. And these terrorists are being sent to different parts of Nigeria, either to directly attack and enable the conquest of other ethnic nationalities, or they are going to be there to supervise and share the terrorists while they sack villages and communities. On a daily basis, we witness hundreds and hundreds of people getting killed, many kidnapped for ransom, and Nigeria government does nothing about these crimes every day. So the Biafra government, both in the homeland and in exile, has taken up the responsibility for defending Biafra people, providing the security that Nigeria has failed to provide. And of course, in this particular quest for our freedom, we decided to use multidimensional approach because we know the complexity of a fight like this, especially in a globalization where all the political correctness, people who believe in political correctness are in power. You will see where people are getting massacred and you overlook it, or you want to use a soft word to either defend the perpetrators or to ask the victims to calm down and obey law and order. How can you be asking somebody to obey law and order where there is no law and order? If there is no law and order, if there is any law and order in Nigeria where we will be, asked to calm down and wait for law enforcement to take its course, you will not have people killed in the first place. The people who are supposed to enforce the law are the people that are killing. And they have become the terrorists because they have been infiltrated. The commanders, generals in the army are all affiliated to Boko Haram and Islamic jihadist movement. So Nigeria started as a secular state from 1960. It was called a secular state. Secular state in the sense that there is no official religion, there is no official language and all that, only language that ethnically, like dialect, and all that the general language, accepted language and official language become English. Today, as I speak to you, Nigeria from the back door have adopted the Islamic Sharia law without referendum. That secular state has disappeared to the blue moon. In Nigeria today, under our very own eyes, the northern state adopted Sharia law without referendum. Because in that northern state, you have people who are not Muslims, people who migrated from other parts of Nigeria to the northern state, and they are not Muslims. And during the time they were migrating, Nigeria constitution says secular state. And today, they found themselves in an extreme Islamic Sharia state, where their heads are being cut off, where they are stoning them to death at any provocation, where the people who don't even know anything about the religion are being stoned to death. And of course, those that are made open, we'll talk about it. One of the recent one is a lady called Deborah. Deborah is not a Muslim. She's a Christian. She was accused of blasphemy, even when she's not part of their religious movement. She was stoned to death. We are not against Muslims. We are friends of Muslims. We have Muslim friends all over the world. But what we are saying is that let live and let live. If you must have a Sharia in Nigeria, and those people who have agreed to have a Sharia law in their state, they can have their independence. Not necessarily deceiving the people in the sense that they are in Nigeria, where you have a secular state, only for them to realize that if they talk anything against their religion, they're going to get killed and stoned to death. And they are still living in that delusional state of a secular state. Today, Nigeria is being recognized by the United Kingdom as one of the Islamic state. That was the exact word that Macron used, that Nigeria, an Islamic state, was one of those countries that were negotiating the ceasefire with Israel and Palestine. And of course, supporting the killing of Israel, the invasion of Hamas against Israel territory, which recorded killings and abduction of innocent women and children. Now, again, the dangerous diversity is this. While Nigeria will go to the UN General Assembly to vote and support the state of Palestine, they kill us with guns just for coming out to protest and say that we are ready to also have an independent state. Biafra has suffered the highest, they have become the highest victim in order to continue to push the message and narrative of one Nigeria. We lost 3 million children, not to burn, not to bomb, but to starvation. And that was the war crime committed, one of the war crimes committed by Nigeria. And of course, they have probably escaped being tried for that crime because of the time the UN and of course the International Criminal Court came in place. Having said that, it is not enough that after these 3 million children died, today we are facing times 1,000 of what led to the war that supervised the death of over 3 million. Is it not reasonable for the entire globe, the entire world, those who participated in forcing Biafrans and killing Biafrans and advising Nigeria on how to do blockade over Biafra? Are they not ashamed of themselves today that the Nigeria they cherished and loved so much has collapsed? Nigeria has no other thing to do other than to kill, to lie, involve in international crime, fraud, internet cyber crime, and what have you. Terrorism is on the high rise. Internet fraud is on the high rise. Everybody in Nigeria, if you are not involved in war crime or the other, you will never survive. So Nigeria breeds criminals. And because some of us who have come this far to know how to build a state and make a society a better one, we have risen up to say we will end this particular subjugation of our people, making sure that we do not excel, making sure that we don't develop ourselves, and the only way that we can come out of this subjugation is to have our independent state or Biafra. And I want to make it very clear that we are not declaring independent state of Biafra. Rather, we are restoring the already declared independence. It was declared in 1967. So we have a history. And today, everyone have seen the nosedive Nigeria, how Nigeria is nosediving. And we are not the only country or the only nation that are following this path. It may also interest you that Lithuania, who is one of the powerful countries today in this part of Europe, was also facing similar thing in the past before they actually declared their independence. So the Lithuania was, the declaration of the Lithuania was actually the restoration of an independent state which they initially proclaimed in a relatively recent past as a then. And Lithuania redeclared the restoration of their independence. And that's exactly one of the paths the Biafrans are following today. We will issue a declaration to restore our lost independence, which was declared in 1967. And then also a similar thing proclamation was made by a nation called Sahawari. I don't know how many of you know this nation called Sahrawi, the Arab Democratic Republic of Sahrawi in Western Sahara. Their proclamation of the 1976 is exact thing that the Biafra, of course, almost the same thing that Biafra are following today. In this region, in this country, their liberation witness, at least, they took over some portion of their territory and Morocco controlled the rest. And those areas where they are controlling, where they are very strong, is called a free zone. So people should understand that if there is no event, there is no history. You have to create the solution that suits your problem. And what we are doing today is the combination of many process, of many procedure, of many pathway to freedom. Because Nigeria is a complex state, especially with vested interests of the world powers. So what we are trying to do is to profile a solution to the, imagining an upsurge of terrorists from Africa. We imagining as a nation will prevent this upsurge of terrorists. And the emergence of Biafra as an independent state will also restore peace. And a lasting peace in the Sahel region is a fact. With the way this whole thing is going today, there is a need for Biafra to emerge so that the West and those who believe in civilization will have real alliance in Africa. As it stands today, there is no real alliance in Africa. And what I do not believe is when they say the Western influence. There is nothing like that in our own ideology. What we have is civilization influence. And we are embracing civilization, and civilization we will embrace. We continue to follow the path of civilization because that's exactly the pathway to a better society. Nigeria today has opened what they call Center for Eradication of Innovation. Innovation is part of civilization, and they are eradicating it. So we have different ideology, different belief, everything is different, everything is pulled apart. So the only way we can develop ourselves, attain our potentials, is to govern ourselves in the name of self-determination. So this is the reason we are saying that the world must listen to us now. We have solution, especially to all the problems that are emanating from the West Africa, Sahel region, and of course, the issue of the upsurge of terrorists. The emergence of Biafra will first of all cut all the interest that the terrorists have, which made them to start flowing into Nigeria. And you know what that interest is? They are looking for safe haven, where they can tap on the natural resources, make money, sponsor attack in Europe, sponsor attack in America, and the emergence of Biafra will stop that. Thank you very much. There are many things to say, but I know that a lot of people are here who want to say something. Thank you very much. This is the reason.
It's okay. It's okay.
Or die is our logo and our slogan going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all this brief, Prime Minister Simon. And the next question will be Mr. President, Mr. G. Eritrea is an independent nation. So what is your government in exile struggle all about? And if you are not fighting for independence like the Biafran people, what is missing from the Eritrean people? Mr. President, you are on mute?
Yes, I am. I say before I proceed with the question, I want to commend the Prime Minister for well articulated and also detailed. I think this is more history we have than ever. A lot of people may not be familiar with the Biafran issue. They might think it's a dead issue, but as you can see, it is well alive and moving. We also have a good friend in them. There's a lot of familiarities that we carry in common, and I think we are together in this fight. Coming back to your question, Mr. KHA, as you might know, yes, Eritrea is independent since 1991. And unfortunately, Eritrea has had high aspirations to govern itself as an inclusive, peaceful, and democratic administration is what we expected. In that particular 1991, not only Eritrea, Ukraine became independent the same year. They decided to go the democratic way. Unfortunately, we went to a dictatorship. And this authoritarian regime we have today, it hijacked the dreams and aspirations. And the Eritrean people have found themselves in a nation without law. We don't have constitution or even any necessary institution. At this juncture, for the last 33 years, no election, no constitution. Where in the world do we hear, where in the world that it exists except in this small tiny Eritrea. You know, we earned our independence through a long bloody struggle, and we paid dearly, many sacrifices. But all this, Eritrean people, dignity, the freedom, it has been betrayed. The struggle hijacked by the oppressive regime only to serve the interest of the few. The economy depleted, and the people's social fabric fragmented. So in order to change this is why from that independence, we have people that are not free inside Eritrea. People that live in fear. People that are jailed without any good reason. In this juncture in our history, we have had over 100 factories in our nation, so long before any African nations, but he kind of closed them all. So people cannot function, people cannot work. The single university we had, it has been shut down. We have some colleges who don't have universities, but what we have is 360 underground jails, prisons. People are fearful. They're all running away from home. Our youth, which they are conscripted in the nation for lifetime. This is what some European nations categorize as slavery. This minority level, they work for nothing. They could not go to school, could not work, could not make family. Everybody, as any juncture, I think they are heading to exodus. This is what created in our life before. Eritreans are a very strong people. They love their nation. They love their people. They love their culture. However, at this right moment, every child were used to be saying, what do you want to be when you grow up? Yes, he will say, I want to be a teacher. I want to be a doctor. I want to be an engineer. I want to be a mathematician. But today, I'm dismayed to hear any young kid, if he has been asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? He will simply and clearly would tell you, he wants to run away. He wants to run away. So we cannot have this sort of nation building together. And I think we are in a really failed nation as it is. The nation is going the wrong way. The gentleman goes towards the Russians, Chinese at this moment. And we are, as a transitional government in exile, yes, we are pro-West. Yes, we are pro-democracy. Yes, we are pro-justice and for the rule of law. So all of our efforts, even though we have independence, we never had the freedom for the people. Therefore, this is our fight for our people. And we tend to get it to the highest level. And I think in this juncture, it is about time. The time is due for this despotic government. Maybe it's time to leave the nation. Whatever happened did happen. We don't want it to get any worse than it is. So we can restore democracy. We can restore justice. we can let out all those prisoners, political prisoners, journalists, and many women and men that are in jail for nothing. There is a fear, even if relatives, loved ones are in jail, it became a time you cannot ask about them. If you go to ask, yes, you better be thinking twice. And so the people are living in the dark. No wonder they called us the North Korea of Africa. Plus, even worse, you know what North Korea does, but ours, we were given the name the North Korea of Africa, and that would explain a lot. So without saying much, yes, we are not fighting for independence, but yes, we are fighting for our freedom, a freedom at home. And this is what we are fighting as a transitional Eritrean government in exile. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hiabu, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been on mute. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Guy. Mr. Elias, in a short period of the modern strategies involvement with these two governments in exile, you believe have been achieved?
We've achieved enormous success for both the Biafran government and the Eritrean transitional government within just a 2-month period. In the case of Biafra, to be honest with you, when we initially established the relationship with the Prime Minister, there had been, I would say, a minimal or negligible knowledge of Biafra in the United States. Even U.S. officials who dealt with Nigeria were really not aware of the Biafran issue. And we've arranged for the Prime Minister, as well as other members of the government, to meet directly with congressional officials, members of Congress, senior advisors, senior staffers, people outside of the government who are very influential, the think tanks. And within a short period of time, Washington, D.C. has gone from not talking about Biafra to now, as I mentioned previously, being written about in one of the most prestigious think tanks in Washington, D.C., the American Enterprise Institute. So I think it's been an enormous success, and this is just the beginning. And what we've really been focused on is developing the awareness, because once you get the awareness, then you get the support. And this is very important for your viewers who are both the Eritrean viewers, our Biafran friends, to understand, is diplomacy is a two-way street, right? One of the things that I've noticed in some of my conversations with our diaspora supporters is that some of them have the assumption that the U.S. government should somehow be able to read the minds of Biafra, read the minds of the Eritrean opposition, to you know, that without educating them, somehow they'll know what to do. And if the U.S. government doesn't help, it means that somehow they're to blame. That's completely absurd. Diplomacy is a two-way street. If whether it's the Eritrean justice movement, the Biafran justice movement, if you want the U.S. to do something or the international community to do something, you have to educate them, give them the facts, give them the figures. That's what the lobbyist does. Tell them what it is you want from them, and then most likely they'll do it. Rather than not educating them, somehow expecting that they know what you want, and then blaming them when something doesn't happen. I mean, that's completely illogical. So, you know, that's why lobbying is important. And, you know, in addition to our lobbying, programs such as these are so critical because we are educating the population as to why lobbying is important, why educating is important, why diplomacy is important, and how that interplays. Now, so we've basically gotten Biafra on the map within a short period of time, and we're going to have a huge explosion these next few months in terms of our activities. You know, this is just the beginning. We have a lot of things in the pipeline, and so Nigerian government needs to be more nervous in the coming months. Now, when it comes to the issue of Eritrea, there was a little bit more awareness than the Biafra issue. Not a lot more, but a little bit more. But here is the problem, and I'm going to be very frank. And again, I'm going to go into how we've been so successful in terms of the transitional government. The main issue that the U.S. government has had, or opponents of Isaias Afwerki have had in the U.S. government, is there was always the expectation that the Eritrean opposition, quote unquote, would at some point reach out to the U.S. government and work with them in order to remove Isaias Afwerki. And over time, the U.S. government became very surprised, and we've had private conversations. I've had many conversations. They just became surprised after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years in terms of why is the Eritrean opposition not meeting with us? Why are they not reaching out to us? Why are they not coming to us to work out a strategic plan on how to get rid of Isaias Afwerki? Why are they seemingly talking endlessly amongst themselves, talk, and more talk, and no action? So over time, people in the U.S. government became more and more disgruntled with the Eritrean opposition to the point where it seemed like, okay, these people are never going to get their act together. Now, that's why I think there was an openness within our government, frankly, to look at some other alternative in terms of saying, well, you know, if the Eritrean opposition is incapable of organizing themselves, maybe we can play a role in helping organize them if they can't get their act together. And, you know, President BRGIE emerged on the scene. He created the government in exile. It was a perfect match. I connected with President BRGIE. We developed a close relationship, a close friendship, and we decided to put all of our force here in Washington behind President BRGIE, you know, to support him as now the transitional president of Eritrea, to have a rival government to the dictatorship led by Isaias Afwerki. And it's been an enormous success. Now, I understand that this has created a little bit of controversy. Of course, the Isaias Afwerki is freaking out. He's having his government put out press releases attacking us, attacking President BRGIE, because they're scared. They've never seen an opposition leader being so effective. You know, Isaias Afwerki has just been used to opposition leaders defeating themselves, so he never had to worry. Now he sees someone who's effective and has the support of the U.S. government, and they're completely losing it. But you also have some people, some of our dear friends in the opposition who are frankly a little bit jealous of President BRGIE, a little bit complaining as to why is he the leader, why are we not the leaders, and why are we, you know, not having an input in electing the government in exile. We should be involved in choosing the president in exile, and, you know, this and that. And, you know, my response to that, to those people would be, you have 30 years to get your act together. The U.S. government was waiting for you to come to them, to work with them, to get rid of Isaias Afwerki. You failed to do that. So if you have anyone to blame, you should blame yourselves for not having your act together. You know, if the Eritrean opposition got its act together earlier, I don't think there would be a need for the government in exile, or there would be a need for the U.S. government to be invested in the government in exile. This is being done because the Eritrean opposition has failed the past 30 years. I'm just being very honest about it. And I think people in the opposition need to hear this tough medicine. You know, enough with the nice talk. They need to hear the truth that they failed, and that's why people in Washington, like myself, that's why people in the U.S. government are getting behind President BRGIE. If they're upset about that, they need to get their act together, and we could look at, you know, what we could do with them once they get themselves together. So I just want to put that out there in a very open and honest way. With President BRGIE, we've seen the success. It's public. We're not hiding anything. We saw the meeting with Congressman Sherman, which he tweeted about. We saw the meeting with Ambassador Tibor Nagy, former Assistant Secretary for African Affairs under Trump, and former U.S. Ambassador to Ethiopia. He tweeted about it, you know, and this is just a little bit. We've had many other meetings, Congresswoman Betty McCollum, other members of Congress. So you know, we've had a lot of momentum, and this is just the beginning. You're going to see more and more support coming from the U.S. government. I think eventually what's going to happen, especially as the Horn of Africa becomes more unstable, is we already have many people in the government who view President BRGIE as the legitimate president, not Isaias Afwerki. I think once the Horn of Africa moves towards a conflagration, and we see what's happening with Somalia, Somaliland, Ethiopia, you know, the Horn of Africa is a powder keg waiting to explode. But I think, you know, once we get to that point, we're going to push for a more formal recognition by the U.S. government of President BRGIE's government. You know, I think the best analogy would be, in this case, for a period of time under the Trump administration, the U.S. government recognized Juan Guaido as the legitimate leader of Venezuela over the Maduro government. So similarly, I think we're going to move in that direction where at some point the U.S. government's going to more formally proclaim that President Bahur is the legitimate leader of Eritrea and not Isaias Afwerki. And again, if there are people in the Eritrean opposition who are upset about this, they should blame themselves because the U.S. government has been chomping at the bit, eager to work with them, and they've never showed up to Washington, D.C. So again, I would say to members of the opposition, either get in line, get it behind President Bahur because the train is leaving the station. So either support us or stay on the sidelines. What they should not do is try to be bitter about this and make complaints about, why they're not, leading this and why President Bahur is leading this. They should not be doing that. Either they should be supporting us, and a lot of groups are consolidating around President Bahur, or they should be on the sidelines, but they should not be complaining. So, that's the context where we put Biafra on the map, enormous success. December 2nd is going to be the redeclaration of the Biafran state. We're going to get, all the support here in Washington for that. Nigeria is going to be toast, if not formally, but then at least de facto. And similarly with the Eritrean transitional government, we're moving towards a more formal recognition of President Bahur as the legitimate leader of Eritrea and over Isaias Afwerki. And then, when that happens, we'll decide, what to do from there. So, I just want to give you the overview, and I want to speak very frankly, because I think the time now is to have frank discussion. It's not to, play around the edges. And so I just want to put everything on the table for you, and I hope this was helpful.
Thank you. Thank you for all of that. And my next question is going to be, I'm sorry, I have to go back to this. Are there any peaceful solutions on the horizon or political dialogue for independence, or do you believe it can only be solved by armed conflicts? If armed struggle is the solution, what sort of preparations are on the way? This, Mr.
I think he's asking Prime Minister Simon.
Yes, Prime Minister.
All right, thank you very much for that question. What we're doing now is that, of course, we are open for, peaceful dialogue and all that. As a matter of fact, we are the peaceful one. The Nigerian state is the violent one. And of course, we've actually learned from what happened to others, both in Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa. Africa leaders are the most corrupt, selfish leader you can see anywhere in the world. So they don't actually believe in dialogue and peaceful discussion. So we've seen in Biafraland where peaceful agitators are getting killed, where people who just carry flags to demonstrate on the street are getting shot, straight bullet, killed, massacred in their cold blood. And this has happened from 1999, since the resurgence of the Biafra agitation under Mossab, under the IPOB, Nigeria, where people believe that we're fighting for freedom, only to go to the street, get killed, and they use their pictures and videos to share on the social media. Nigeria is killing us, Nigeria is killing us. I was sitting and watching those things as one Nigerianist that I was. So when I know that Nigeria, it can never ever get better. And I said, instead of wasting my time trying to wait for somebody to come and revive a faulty foundation that I know how rotten it is better that I use everything I have, both my intelligence, my profession, my experience, to support the liberation of Biafra. I joined the struggle. But when I joined the struggle, one of the things I did and promised myself and my God is that under my watch, Nigeria will no longer kill any Biafran and enjoy the killing. So what did we do differently? What we did differently is that in as much as we believe in peaceful agitation and then also, ready for dialogue, so this whole thing can be resolved amicably in a more democratic way, Nigeria are the one bringing violence against our people, killing them for asking for freedom. So we decided to raise our defense forces, and defense forces will be defending our land against the terrorists in uniform, while we will continue to push to the outside world, to the West, America, in a more diplomatic, more refined, and more, a political way. So we believe in those approaches, and because of the way Nigeria is and the kind of mentality which is kill, 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 and we understand them very well. And the people that are ruling Nigeria are nomadic people. They are not Nigerians. They are not originally from Nigeria area. The president himself is not a Nigerian. I don't know whether you people are aware of that. He's not originally from Nigeria. The vice president is not originally from Nigeria. So these are people who do not believe in human dignity and the right to life. And of course, we always love human beings. We protect them. We protect women. We protect children. So what I did under my government was that I will provide that security that Nigeria never provided for people. I will make sure that those who support the Biafra government, and whenever they get killed, Nigeria will pay their defense. So we started our self-defense by raising the Biafra Liberation Army, the Biafra Resistance Fighters, and the Biafra Navy. And today, they are engaging Nigeria terrorists whenever they want to kill, as usual. So this is why it looks as if there is a violent way to our freedom. We are not the one bringing violence. The Nigerian state do it. So whenever they see that they cannot overpower us anymore, they start running around and complaining that we are violent. How are we violent? Were we the one who went to the streets to butcher and kill people that are carrying flags? Nigeria is not only violent to Biafrans. They are even violent to those who believe in Nigeria. You see them killing people for protesting for bad governance. You see them killing those who protested for criminals in the NSAS protest, when they are protesting against the terrorist SAS officials. They get killed and they cover them. At the end of the day, over 1,000 persons were secretly buried in Lagos. So Nigeria state is a terrorist state. Using violent states on them is just to give them some kind of accolade. They are terrorist state, and so anybody supporting Nigeria is actually aiding terrorism. And that's why we are ready to defend ourselves. And so it looks as if there are people who are violent or violent agitators. There is no violent agitator. All we do is to defend ourselves to make sure that Nigeria will never have a field day killing Biafrans again. If you check the past, from 2016 to 2017 to 18, they killed and massacred Biafrans in the field of Biafra, and nobody has been held responsible to it. This is the reason it looks as if we are towing the pathway of violence. And of course, we respond when a government is bringing violence. You do not fold your arms. You will respond with violence. And of course, you need to even have a superior power to be able to withstand the kind of barbarism from the Nigeria state. And that's what Biafra have done very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, Mr. Simon. And this historical and joint interview, with the Eritrean government in exile is a milestone in our fight for freedom for the two movements, freedom for Biafra from Nigeria, and also for the government of Eritrea in exile, and government of Eritrea in exile, and of Eritrea inside the dictatorial regime in Eritrea. Can you tell us what do you have in common, both these sisterly governments in exile and the struggle for independence and the struggle for free Eritrean people from the tyrant administration in Asmara?
Thank you, Mr. KHA. And again, thank you, Prime Minister Simon. And I would like also to commend Mr. Elias being straightforward in this 21st century. Right. We don't have anything to hide. When you're fighting for freedom, there is nothing to hide.
Yes, everything on the table, Mr. President.
Per me?
Everything on the table.
Yes, it should be on the table. Only a tyrant will have something to hide, but we have to be upfront because we're fighting for freedom. So we shouldn't have anything to be worried about by telling it like it is. On that previous question you gave to the Prime Minister, Simon, if there is a peaceful political dialogue, but with this dictatorship and the tyrants, the oppressors, they don't have any vocabulary that says peace. In our case, it looked like it's too late. It became to the point of no return. I don't think they will listen to that aspect. If there is a way, even today, after all this damage that has happened in my nation, Eritrea, if there is anything to be dialogue, if there is a peaceful way to exit, in order to reach or achieve our freedom, we want to do it with the minimum damage. We don't want any further bloodshed. We don't want to create a humongous military in order to battle the existing military. For God's sake, those military that are inside Eritrea is the people's military. They are not a private military. They belong to the nation. If I would remind each and every one of you, as you graduated from Sawa, you have a pledge you gave. And that says, yes, as a military, I will protect my nation and my people from external and internal enemies. Repeating, from external and internal enemies. So, I still want to remind you, the biggest enemy is the internal one, that is looming and causing all this harm among each of us. As we know, he lives in our differences, so we have to minimize our differences in order to know and identify and target the enemy. Coming back to your question though, what do we have in common? Well, injustice in one place is injustice everywhere. If we are claiming we've been unjustly treated, the same goes for the Biafran people. By the same token, something that we have in common also, the Biafrans are also indigenous people. So do we have 4 different indigenous people in Eritrea? That has been recognized through the United Nations. I think they deserve their freedom, their human right intact. I think they should be treated even well known throughout the world. But because of that indigenous movement of us, I think we have a big thing in common. Again, even coming as a prowess for democracy, we both governments are working to restore democracy. And I think this is the biggest binding point we have in order to work together. The minute we met through the Office of Moran Strategies, we decided, yes, in order to elevate each other, yes, we can work together. Yes, our causes are just. Yes, our causes are righteous for our people. Therefore, yes, there is a lot in common for us to work. And I think it is not about if, but when. Yes, we will prevail, and our people, both sides, should be free. With that, I will yield my platform to you, Mr. KJ.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Bahdurai, Mr. G. Mr. Elias, can you give us looking forward in the future what we can be achieved or expected from the modern strategies and cooperation for these 2 governments in exile?
Yeah, so let me expand a little bit about in terms of what I said previously, which is connected to your question. First of all, I think with our firm, we now have not just a relationship, but a burgeoning alliance between the Eritrean government in exile, between the Biafran government in exile. This will become a very important partnership because both have assets to bring to the table that are mutually complementary. Biafra is a huge country with up to 80 million people, if you include the diaspora. It has a strong military Biafran Liberation Army that the Prime Minister leads. So it has certain assets. Eritrea is a very small country, but it has the advantage of being a country that's already recognized as a member by the international community, as a country recognized by the international community. So I think these are two causes that have a similarity in terms of you have people that have been subject to oppression in different circumstances, but who are beleaguered, subject to persecution and prosecution and killing. And so I think there's a commonality there. I think these are brotherly causes. And I think each of these causes and each of these governments are able to provide something to the other, which will elevate each other. And you're going to see a lot more in terms of, we already have specific plans in the works, and you will see those plans come into fruition in the next coming months in terms of how these two governments will, in a more formal way, develop their strategic alliance. As I alluded to before, we plan to keep raising awareness of the Biafra issue in Washington. Again, most people were not aware of it. We're now making people aware of it. Biafra has been taken now into the center stage of Washington, being published by major think tanks. There's some major congressional initiatives that we're planning these next few months that I don't want to get to publicly right now, but if they happen, will be very significant. And we're also working with our colleagues in Congress and elsewhere to create additional support for this upcoming convention in Finland. And I'll let the Prime Minister speak more to this. There's a Finland convention between November 29th to December 3rd, where you're going to have the signing of the redeclaration of independence, the restoration of the Biafran state, the signing of constitutional documents, strategic alliances, and so forth. So we're going to kind of, get the political support in Washington for that convention. That's what we have planned. I'm very confident that with our continued effort, we will move our government towards supporting either recognizing Biafra as an independent state or having the U.S. government endorse the position that the Biafrans should be, allowed to have their independence through referendum, which the Prime Minister is already doing. And the Prime Minister, I'm sure, could talk more about that in terms of he's already organized a referendum where 50 million Biafrans have voted for independence. So, perhaps having the U.S. government recognize that referendum formally. And, the U.S. government being the major player, once the U.S. government's on board, other governments will follow, the United Nations will follow, and so forth. And as I've said, we continue to raise the awareness about the Eritrean transitional government in exile and continue to call out the dictator over there. And there's a lot that we're discussing. We've had conversations about potential legislation, potential resolutions, potential even speeches or what have you. So you're going to see a lot more coming. If the Eritrean government is freaking out over some of these meetings that we've had, they haven't seen anything yet. This is just stage one. People are not going to believe it when we get to stage 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I'm hoping that as we do this, we already have a consolidation because of our success of the smaller groups into the government in exile. The Prime Minister, the President recently was in Addis, Ethiopia, had a major conference where for the very first time, rather than just infighting, the smaller groups decided to coalesce and come under the umbrella of the government in exile. We're hoping to continue this as we get more success as we continue to engage with the U.S. government, we're hoping more and more of these smaller Eritrean opposition groups consolidate under the government in exile. And I'm particularly hoping that the youth who are so active, the Blue Revolution leaders, the Brigadam Hamadou, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, that those guys come under the tent of the government in exile, and where we're happy to do this, provide them with mentorship, political training. Our lobbying firm with the president will train them, and we want to get them from fighting with people in these festivals, move that from that to fighting the political fight, fighting in Congress, fighting in the State Department. We would love to bring these young people who are getting into fights at these festivals, training them, educating them, and then bring them to Congress, a group of them, maybe 10 of these Brigadier Hamadou individuals, President Badrai and I and my Congressman Moran, we bring them to Washington, show them around. They need to get to this next stage, because if all they're doing is talk, again, they have the young people. I want to speak to the young people now. The young Eritreans have to learn from the mistakes of their predecessors. They cannot do the same thing, which is talk endlessly amongst ourselves and not do anything. Because if all they're doing is talking amongst themselves and not doing anything, then they're going to be another failure, right? And we don't want that. We want them to be successful. We're here to extend a hand to make sure they're successful, to provide them with the guidance that they need. So I am very optimistic. I think we're going to get Biafran independence, the U.S. to support that. Again, it's going to take time and effort. And the same thing with the Eritrean transitional government, because again, we have 535 members of Congress. We have the White House, we have the State Department, we have National Security Council. You have people outside the government in the think tank community that have a tremendous amount of influence. So there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people that need to be educated, that need to be engaged in order to influence U.S. policy. So in the cases of both the Biafran cause and the Eritrean cause, these are going to be long-term projects. This is not just going to be us lobbying for a month or two. This is something we're committed to doing for many years in order to develop the powerhouse in Washington. In a short period of time, we've already gotten tremendous support, more than I even anticipated. And again, I'm very confident that we're going to get an independent Biafra, and the U.S. is going to get behind that. I'm confident we're going to get rid of the dictator, Isaias Afwerki, and the U.S. is going to get behind, or is already behind, but more formally proclaim their support for the transitional presidency of Mr. Badrai. So we're in the right direction. We're going to be successful in both cases. I think the only question is timeline, right? How fast are these things going to happen? And when it comes to that, there's some externalities that are outside of our control, right? We have an election coming up. We don't know what regional events might happen, but we're controlling the things that are under our control, and we're moving in the right direction. I'm very confident in both the Biafran cause and the Eritrean cause. We're going to be successful. I'm very confident in that.
Thank you, Mr. Elias, for all this. Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, we heard you have offices through the globe, and we understand shortly that that you are planning to announce something in Finland. Can you tell us what the announcement would be and what you plan to achieve by it?
All right. Thank you very much. And if we all can be muted, so because there are some kind of interruption, so if everybody can be muted so that the noise will be reduced. Yeah. Thank you for that question, and thank you, Elias, for bringing up this issue of Biafra convention that is coming up in Finland, and we've have extensive discussion on that, and President Badrai as well. What we intend to do, first of all, let me make a comment on what we have in common before addressing that question. We have in common two government that has failed, failed state. There is no other way to describe this situation other than failed state. Two, we have government that are nomadic, that are practicing nomadic system. What I mean nomadic system is another word for tyranny. It's a nomadic system of government, not democratic. So there is a solution here that we are bringing to the table to bring more advanced democratic system to this both wonderful and beautiful nation, Biafra and Eritrea. That's the what we are bringing to the table. So when the state has failed, we shouldn't allow it to continue. Otherwise, the anarchy will become the norms. And we wouldn't want that particular anarchy to continue. The Nigerian side is even more dangerous than any other part of the world. There is nothing you can't see in Nigeria. Having said that, we have decided that for the past 50 years, since after Nigeria massacred our children, up to 3 million of them, there has not been any clear pathway to exit Nigeria until now. So we decided to go into more organized liberation movement that will consolidate different mechanisms, political approach, diplomatical approach, and the defense approach, which is the armed struggle approach. We didn't, carry arms in the first place. It has become necessary for us to carry arms. So what we intend to do is that we have been able to lay this particular background and structure. The formation of the Biafra government in exile has given this foundation that is needed, that was lacking for decades. So we have opened several liaison offices across the world, getting ready for the restoration of independence of Biafra after the declaration in December 2nd. So on the 29th of November, from 29th of November to 3rd of December, we are going to have the second convention of the Biafra declaration in Finland. We had the first one in 2023, October, and that where we had some adopted some kind of resolution. We had what we call the Helsinki Declaration, which is the Charter of Biafra. We had alliance, which went into official alliance agreement recognition with Amazonia, and after that, after the convention, we begin to activate the strategies that we have, which is the political approach. So on the 1st of February 2024, we started the Biafra self-referendum, organized by the Biafra government in the homeland and of course in exile. But one peculiar thing is that we have been able to form the Biafra de facto government in the homeland and created the 40 United States of Biafra, what has never been done since after the war. We have also been able to draw the Biafra map, undisputed, with the consent of the entire ethnic nationalities making up the entire Biafra state. So the map is there, the state structure, the government institution, all have been formed in the homeland, and it is the de facto government of Biafra. So we went into this self-referendum. In the first stage, second stage, we recorded about 30 million votes. We started with the electronic voting, and then we'll see how Nigeria was interrupting the voting. We decided to go physical voting by going into state by state, county by county, district by district. In all this, we have unit by unit. So the referendum is being conducted in the first stage of the referendum, the second stage of the referendum, and the third stage of the referendum. And the referendum is going to end on the 28th of November 2024, while the conference will start on the 29th. So we intend to announce the result of the referendum in Finland during the convention. We are also going to pass many resolutions and vote for it. We are expecting a reasonable number of delegates of Biafrans from all over the world to gather in Finland for this convention. And in this Finland, we will, after we have counted the number of the vote, number of the Biafrans that have given the Biafra government in exile and the homeland the mandate to declare their independence and fight for them. After we have counted this particular voting and the result will be announced. We will not only just announce the result, we will also publish every document that has to do with how the referendum was conducted for the world who care to know, those who care to know and who care to see it. And then after that, if the number of the vote is reasonable enough, the delegates that have come to Finland for this convention will vote for the approval, and on that approval, the declaration for the restoration of independent state of Biafra will follow. We are planning to issue this declaration on the 2nd December, which is the fourth day of the conference. After that, when we have done with the Finland convention, we will now begin to approach Nigeria, which we know it is just going to be for formality. They will never accept anything democratic. They are not democratic in nature. They don't know even what is democracy. They do fraud in election. They kill people to become governors. They kill to become president. So they don't know what is a democracy. So we are now providing solution from what we have learned from the West, that indeed there are ways to conduct election without people getting killed. And you need to see the videos of the referendum voting in Biafraland, where people dress and come without nobody shouting because, of course, of the security situation and threat. We can't nobody making noise. Everybody come, make your vote, write your name, put your name down, because we have the record of everyone that voted. For the 30 million, we have the record, we have their names and everything. So when this happens, after this declaration, we will approach Nigeria and the request for the approval and recognition of the self-referendum. We will also do the same thing to African Union, to ECOWAS. All these things are just for formality. These are people who they have put in those positions to hijack the system for the interest of the tyrannic system and nomadic system of government. Most of the people you have in the ECOWAS and the AU are all appointed by the Nigeria state, especially those representing them there. The same thing is applicable to Eritrea. So they are loyal to the government that appoints them. And they are there not to defend the interests of the people, but the interests of the political party and the interests of the presidents that appoint them and gave them the appointment. That is why Africa is failing today. Because it is all about the interests of those who appointed you, not the interests of the country, not the interests of the citizen, not for the interests of the society. So we know that our communication will not bring anything or any change, but rather we want to do it as a formality. After that, we will continue the delegitimization of Nigeria within Biafra territory. Because the only two things we want to achieve using this process is the legitimization of the Biafra government and the delegitimization of the Nigerian government. And this is going to be the beginning of the delegitimization and the beginning of the legitimization. The legitimization will follow and come in with the pursuit for international recognition, which is going to take time, which is the reason we are here discussing today, which is the reason we are coming to an alliance with Eritrea, which is the reason now the like minds are coming together from abroad, from exile, to begin to bring change in Africa, to begin to push for a different democratic system that will benefit everyone, to bring Western civilization to Africa, where everybody can participate and voted for without getting killed. That's what the President Bahur is fighting for. That's what Simon Ekpa is fighting for, and that's what everyone who is supporting this movement is fighting for. So we can have a better society to live, we killed, without fear of getting kidnapped or abused. So after that, the delegitimization of Nigeria state will continue as we continue to push with our lobbyists in the Washington, D.C., making sure that America understands the need for Biafra to emerge as an independent state for their own interest too. It is not just about us. What we are doing now is for the interest of everybody. Nigeria continue to stay as a country is going to be a threat to everyone, every one of us, whether you like it or not. And it is already happening. And I believe that many of them who know about Nigeria knows exactly what I'm talking about. So Biafra becomes alternative to make sure that we have long-term solution to the upsurge of terrorists. And after that, the delegitimization of Nigeria continues. The fight for legitimization of the Biafra government will now take them to the second stage. Like Elias said here, we'll continue to create awareness for the people in the United States, those who are in decision-making in the US, and of course in Europe as well and beyond, for them to understand that Biafra is the only alternative that will bring solution, bring peace, so that all this money they keep sending to sending money to Africa, when Africa is actually richer than them in natural resources, but they are being mismanaged and all that. So you don't need to be sending aid to Africa. We don't need it. We don't need the aid. The aid is actually, but so making all these people to be what they are today. So we don't need those aids. Rather, we need good governance, good democracy system, a true democracy. We need law and order, where the government will be held responsible when international law, international treaty is breached. Like Nigeria today, they go kidnapping, they go to Kenya to kidnap somebody, kidnap the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, and nobody has sanctioned them. Everybody is fine with it. That is not the kind of society we are fighting for. Nigeria have done this in the 80s. They went to London, to the United Kingdom, to kidnap somebody called Marudiko. And the United Kingdom jailed every one of them that are involved. Today, look at where they are. They have not jailed anybody for kidnapping their own citizen in Kenya. And not only that, even their own citizen is still languishing in the DSS dungeon in Nigeria. And there is nothing have been done. Money have changed hand. Nigeria have bribed all of them, and nobody can talk. So we are not looking for that kind of system to continue to live in that kind of system. So what we are doing is that after this Finland convention, where a lot of things will be unveiled, in alliances will be signed and all that, we will go into the next stage. As our lobbies are educating the United States policymakers, we will be busy delegitimizing Nigeria within Biafraland until our voice is heard by the highest authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, Mr. Simon. Mr. President, any comments on that? And also, I would like to bring a comment from our audience. That was, I think, I displayed it earlier, and just bring it back to the stage so you can comment on that also, Mr. President, Mr. G. Not reading any comment from the Eritreans. So this is, I think, a big question. You on mute, Mr. G.
You're on mute. Unmute.
Is it a question? Says not reading any comments from the Eritreans. Say it all. Go and find them.
I mean, if you want comment on that, okay. I would say, it's not. I don't know what to comment but on if you any comments on what? Prime Minister.
Number one, I mean, everything he said, I agree with, especially, on the differences, on the similarities. What sort of governments, what they do to our people. Yes, Africa is not poor, Africa is rich. But a lot of resources has been misused and abused, and with so many corrupted people managing our resources. I want to wish them success on their upcoming convention or conference in Finland. Unless the sky is falling apart, transitional Eritrean government in exile intends to be there. No surprise. We may even have some surprise of our own. So I think going forward, we are really to work together, and we are consulting with each other to become very, very powerful and support for each other. We just had our convention less than 2 weeks ago. As Elias said, it was in Ethiopia. That means we found us another friend in the African nation of Ethiopia. Why in Ethiopia? Well, we only go to places or countries that allows you. Can't just go, if come tomorrow, whether Djibouti, Somaliland, Sudan, or others, if they allow us or if they invite us to do the convention with heartbeat, without any hesitation, yes, we'll accept the offer and do the conference wherever they allowed us. So in the conference, believe it or not, it was successful and more than what we expected. All these small factions, it is well known, our problem is our fragmentation. We fight for the same reason, our goal is the same, but everybody trying to push the table from every different, maybe 10 angles, and the table not moving anywhere. Therefore, knowing this, those small groups, they were receptive to begin with, and we kind of consolidated to create one central command. It is amazing. This is the largest population of Eritrean youth, 300,000, and the next one would be in Uganda. All these are victims of exodus or running from the military, lifetime militarism in other sense. So they agree to come under our tent, which means we are building that team one step at a time. They agreed to come together. This was a big success and a historical milestone. It never happened before. We enter into a conference peacefully and conclude peacefully. But this was one in the history. In the previous occasions, there were several conferences, including in Ethiopia, and they just came out splitting more with no success. So this is not simple achievement. We have achieved a great deal. And not only that, the Ethiopian government primarily and the people of Ethiopia would like to thank them for allowing us. And because of them also, we were able to consolidate our people. There is one indigenous group from the Afar group, and they were the whole Afar group was in our team, which means under one leadership, we can make it happen. Some of these ideas, which is based on democratic principles, yes, we can incorporate them. Yes, we can make them inside our family. Yes, we can make them inside our tent in order for all of us to live in peace and harmony. Yes, little bit stuff that we need today is in order to overthrow this government. After that, everything can follow. Yes, so many things can be done ahead in order to comfort our people. So they all need to come in this tent, even those all groups. The political powers, we need to come under one tent if we want to succeed. If we are really feeling the pain of our people, yes, we have to set aside our egos, our personal interests. Yes, we need to come in this transitional Eritrean government in exile. Yes, come and help us. Come advise us. Come support us. But if come the worst, you couldn't do all of the above, at least stay out of the way. You need to stay off at our way. We need to win. For that reason, we, with this occasion, I want to call on all of you to come in, to come and join us. With that in mind, I would say thank you. And that also concludes my comment on that Biafran conference. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, any comments on the question that I put on the screen? Would you say any comment? Otherwise, I'll go to Mr.
Is that the same comments that you wrote, Mr. KJ?
No, that is not me. That is from the audience.
But I don't know. I have a hard time to understand the question. I don't know if it is a.
Let me respond to that comment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. You see, that comment is one of the comments. Some of the comments you get in a situation like this. And what does that tell you? It tells you that people are with you. Majority of them are with you, and they like what you are doing. So there is no need for them coming here to comment, ask questions. It is something we also face on a struggle. So people don't come and start talking when they already know what you are doing. Just like we have said it before, that we are not hiding anything, and actually, not hiding anything is the reason why many people will come to just, what do you have for us today? What is the development? What is the next level? What is the next step? That's what people are. Once you are very, very connected with the people, they don't need to ask a question. It's only those who are coming now who have realized that, oh, maybe we have been going the wrong way for a very long time, and they decided to come back, because you left them behind, and they don't care to know what was going on. So now they want to ask questions. These are kind of the people that will come to make such comment, because they are never part of the movement. There are those who dine with the enablers. They're either directly or indirectly, and they support those who are, destroying the life and the future of the people. So those kind of comments is not something we should even be addressing. I'm just telling you that many people who are interested in having a future, a better future, and have followed the event from the beginning will not waste their time to ask questions, because you have not hidden anything from them. Everything is in the open. And I like the freedom fighting of open book. That's exactly what we do in Biafra. There's nothing I'm doing today that is not out there, because we are fighting for a nation. There is nothing to hide, except some kind of high level of meeting that you will have and you want to take it. But every other thing should be open, because the people you are trying to liberate and try to give a better future should be following to know whether this is going to work and what they should be expecting, or is it going to be a government of gangster and all that. So I think the comment here says it all. He said, not reading any comment from Eritrean says it all. Go and find them. It was actually from a very wrong perspective, because it shows that people don't have any concern, and they have been following him for a very long time. Yes, except if you are coming today and you don't know what he has been doing. That's when you are going to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Well, thank you for supporting. Thank you for answering the question. I think the comments will get a lot, and a lot of the moments, even our government, the authoritarian government, normally we don't get any good comments. The people with full heart, they know what we're doing. I think they are very happy with us, and he's welcome also to give his own comment. You don't need to wait for others to respond. But however, regardless these days, I do copy a little bit from the Prime Minister, and that is when you have a job to do, we're not going to back down. Talk is talk. Yes. Talk is cheap. Either act or get out of the way. Either act or get out of the way. Because we're not asking you, we target the government, for God's sake. And what we do, it also involves you. Our efforts does include you. We are not really trying to retaliate, do anything wrong. But however, yeah, there's going to be some reconciliation. Yes, we are not going to jail you. Therefore, whatever you say, in our case, you are not our target. And we don't want you to be We don't want to be your target. If we have enemy, let's fight that enemy in any way you can, and allow us to fight in the way we know. So because of that, whatever been said, for God's sake, I only say, I do excuse my people. If I am fighting against the tyrant and someone don't like that, it is going to be what they call damn, just damn. There's nothing else I can say. But thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you very
And
much.
I just want to add a quick comment that I agree exactly with the Prime Minister
Yes,
said.
that's what I would like to love
yeah.
to hear, Mr. Elias, and also as an advisor to these two governments also what to see. And I don't blame this comment, because in fact he's asking where are the Eritreans, and I think this is a question that all of us have to find an answer, and especially Mr. Elias, you are learning more and a lot also today, so this will be, I think, a good start for you.
No, this is a learning experience for me. I just want to go to your point. I just want to say I agree exactly with what the Prime Minister said. You know, usually, let's say people who are already supporting President BRGIE don't necessarily come on to make gratuitous comments, right? They already know him and they know he's trying to do and what the agenda is. Oftentimes when comments are made, it's to be provocative because, you know, these people are, as the Prime Minister said, working with the enablers or the other side. So if you go on social media, for example, first of all, you know, the President BRGIE is the most talked about opposition leader as the transitional president on social media. Everyone, whether it's supporters of President BRGIE or the enemies of President BRGIE, he's the #1 topic. Isaiah Afwerki himself, through his information Yemeni Meskel, attacked President BRGIE and attacked our lobbying efforts and the people we're meeting with. So, you know, there's plenty of commentary out there on President BRGIE. You know, he's the most talked about person right now. And I agree with the Prime Minister. If his supporters aren't making comments, it's because they already know, you know, what he's doing and they know his agenda. You know, it's not necessary to make a comment. And you know, a lot of the comments on social media about President BRGIE are from the enemy, from opponents, from the people who are supporting the dictator. So, you know, oftentimes it's the people who are against you who like to come out and make the crazy comments. I just wanted that's a long way to say I agree with what the Prime Minister said. His assessment is spot on. The Eritrean, as the president has said, the smaller Eritrean groups have consolidated behind him, and he's getting the support, you know, given what we're doing. And so I'm very excited about, you know, moving. You know, I hope we can work with the Eritrean community to educate them about the way forward. I think the Prime Minister has done a tremendous job in terms of showing the way for the Biafran people, providing leadership. I think one of the commonalities, if I may, between the President and the Prime Minister is that their leadership has given direction to their people who were previously mired by issues of the infighting, the backstabbing, and so forth. And I think that's the commonality where you had a group, they weren't sure what to do, and then you have the leaders, and they're providing direction, and the people are coming behind them. So I think both President BRGIE and the Prime Minister are visionary African leaders. They're the ones who are providing that vision, which is mobilizing their people. So it's an honor to work with both of them. And I think we'll have a lot of success moving forward.
Good point, Mr. Elias. And as we begin wrapping up the show, I would like to thank you guys for attending our program. I'm glad to have such intellectual active leaders on the program. Looking forward to seeing the achievements and changes you guys bring to the people and the future of the countries, both the Eritrea and Biafra. As we say in farewell to our amazing guests, we will have more guests in the future, maybe talking on the same issue, and we will follow also. We will talk about Biafra. We will talk about the issues that matters, and don't forget to stay tuned and subscribe on YouTube to Galad Media. If any comments before ending this program, I would love to hear from you, respective guests.
I think I would briefly, I simply want to say thank you to Mr. Ilyas and Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. As I say early on, this is the beginning of so many good stuff to come in the future. Let's kind of expedite our fight, regardless of what or where it has been said. I think we have the good heart for our people. Yes, we have a good heart to follow our guts into getting things done. I always believe unless we become more pragmatic, action-oriented, nothing can get done in this world. The time that we sacrifice is the time of our families, the time of our lives. And we decided also to do it in a full-time basis. This requires a lot of sacrifice, for God's sake. Therefore, for those who does not understand, it is okay. But for those who understand, we appreciate your support always. We are going forward. There is no point of return right now until we get the solution, and that is heading home. I always say, consider us like we are a big ocean. Bring your boats, bring your ships. Let's sail home. We're going to go together. In that in mind, I will give you the biggest hope also for the people back home. I'm sure this show will go also to back home in Eritrea. So for the people, I want to encourage you. I want to give you hope. Yes, it can be done. Yes, we're going to change it. But that change requires the need of both of us. We do our effort from abroad, from the diaspora, to put that pressure needed in a diplomatic and political aspect of it. Yes, we're going to expect you to sacrifice, to rise up, wise up. And for the military of Eritrea, as I be calling you all the time, you are the military of the people, of the country, not of a private entity. Putting that in mind, this is the time for all of us to have a joint force in order to get rid of this menace, not only for Eritrea, but for the whole neighbors. So it is time. We cannot take it any longer. We have had enough for 33 years. No election, no constitution. This is unheard of. And we allowed it. We have to take responsibility. So let's work on our side rather than just blaming the government. If we want to overthrow it, join the action. Not simply talking on the social media. With that in mind, I'm very thankful to be here, and I'm thankful for my guests also, Mr. Prime Minister Simon and Geralius, and also thank you, Mr. KHA. Thank you very much.
And thank you all for coming to the show and spending your time with me. And don't forget to turn on the bell notification so you can see all of my new videos when I post. Thank you, respective guests, for being all this time with me, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And BIAFRANS, please stay behind your gadget, because the Biafra government cabinet will be having emergency session, and this emergency session will be aired live. For the very first time, we are going to have live emergency session of the Biafra cabinet. So every Biafran watching this program, all of you, about 10,000 are watching live on Twitter. You have to stay behind as we will come back live again for the live coverage of the Biafra cabinet emergency meeting. Thank you very much.
And just one quick comment, I just want to make that I've got to know both of these two leaders very well. On a personal level, I want to say I respect them, I admire them. I think they're individuals of extraordinary character and leadership. Again, they're not just clients, but I consider them very good friends as well. And, the followers of the Prime Minister, followers of the President should know that these are two good men that they're following. So I just thought it was important to say that. And also that, these are two individuals who've been very loyal to me. And I'm a very loyal person. Loyalty is important. So I feel very loyal to them as well. So we have a very close relationship, and it's something I greatly value and look forward to continuing.
That is great. And also we will follow. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also we will keep in touch with you guys, and we will follow any achievement, anything you may do later on. So we can come back again on the stage and see what is going on. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's time now for our Sunday specials. Now, do you know there is a Euro
On July 9, 2001, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu visited Boston as part of a worldwide tour to find the person he will hand over the baton to. During that trip, I interviewed him. I asked him whether he considered establishing a government in exile when the Biafran War ended. In March of 2004, I first interviewed Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of IPOB. In that interview, he made his now famous declaration.
If we can broadcast so that the whole world can hear us every blessed day, if we are in over 70 countries around the world with over 5 million listeners, there is nothing we cannot do. This time around, things are very, very different, believe you me. Very, very different, and soon the world will hear about it. The language that people in the zoo understand is the language of violence and force. After all, that very contraption was put together by Freddy Lugard by force. That's one thing people don't understand. That Lugard killed people to bring Nigeria together. Killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It is a promise, it is a pledge, and it's also a threat to them. They must understand this, that we've had enough of this nonsense. These criminals cannot be stealing money belonging to everybody.
I interviewed Nnamdi Kanu twice, including this sit-down in New York City in June of 2019.
This question all the time. When we meet dignitaries and officials and government and functionaries all over the world, they always ask us, are we sure that Biafrans in America? I had a meeting in DC, and I said yes. They said, but we don't know them. Who are they? So it is very, very important that the people you claim you're fighting for actually come out to say that you are fighting for. I cannot go to see the U.S. government without being introduced by our people. So for me to make my contact official or what we're doing official with the U.S. government, we need our people to come out in solidarity on the 3rd of July of next year to say that yes, we have given our people the mandate to speak on our behalf. So that is what that very much represents in essence. And
Nnamdi Kanu's kidnapping in Kenya and rendition to Nigeria on June 27, 2021. This guest has assumed the leadership of the Biafran movement from Helsinki, Finland. Some say he has taken the movement in a different direction. On December 2nd, 2024, he plans to declare once again the Republic of Biafra. Today, I'm pleased to welcome to the show Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile. Mazi Simon, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for inviting me today.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we're happy to have you today. Let me get first the elephant in the room out of the way, which is that when you put out the notice that you were on the show, a lot of your people were against you coming. They said things like that you shouldn't come here to grace this platform, that I'm a nefulefu, that I felt that they must love you so much. They are protecting you from what?
Well, you know, these are people who have gone through a lot, and because you, as a Biafran, and you know, I believe that if Biafra become an independent state today, you cannot be, you know, ostracized from being a Biafran, right? So
Yeah.
by that, automatically you fall into Biafra. So, and for people like you that have platforms, which should be in the forefront of this freedom movement, and you are not doing enough according to them. So they believe that, you know, I shouldn't come here. But, you know, as a leader, I think differently, and I make decisions differently. So I am here also for their best interest. It is because we need to, we have somehow our outreach using our media, and it is time, I believe, we should also embrace other media platforms that have not been preaching. So I think my comment today is for their best interest as well, and that's what makes me a leader. So I think differently from them. So it is very important when those are agitating that I shouldn't come here, you know, I will explain to them later on why it is important that I'm here. And then also, I'm going to be extending hands of fellowship and open arm to every other this media platform. I want to be there. So because it is the right time to talk to people who may have seen our agitation on liberation of Biafra differently. So they need to be educated. So it is important that I'm here to talk to different audience.
Thank you so much. On my part, I also have to say that when I put out that you were coming, a lot of people felt that I shouldn't bring you here. And so I have the same pressure that you have from my own people. But I think my job is to facilitate conversation across every platform, different groups. It doesn't mean that we have to only facilitate conversation with people we agree with. All right, let's get into that. Something happened in America last Tuesday. There was an election and Trump won. I know that you are in support of Trump. And how do you feel about the outcome of that election?
Very happy because, as a matter of fact, I was among international politicians to openly and publicly endorse Donald Trump election. So I'm happy. He needed to come and save the world.
Now, before I go in deep into that, how do you think it's going to help your quest for Biafra?
Well, the United States has a very important role to play in global peace. And what Biafra is doing today is to bring peace, to stability in Sahel region. So I believe that it is for the interest of America, it is for the interest of the West, and then at the same time for Biafra and African interests. So I believe that the foreign policy of Donald Trump will facilitate the restoration of peace and stability in the Sahel by listening to Biafra people.
Now, there's this story that came out, I think 2 days ago, that the chief of staff of Donald Trump, incoming president, Susie Wiles, that she worked for the Biafra movement as a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. Is that true?
Well, you know, in 2019, I joined the Biafra movement. So what I would say is that it is a good thing for the fact that we have somebody who already have idea and knowledge about the plight of the Biafra people. She currently representing Biafra, but at least she has been educated and she once, was in forefront of educating the policymakers in the United States. So it's a very good plus to the Biafra cause.
All right. So, but you don't know whether she's currently on your own group, whether you are paying.
It doesn't matter whether she is currently in the Biafra movement or not. She is now the chief of staff of the United States, and we must respect that particular office and allow her to concentrate on the United States. The appointments she's been given by the president. So let us not drag her into the Biafra controversy and all that. So the point is that her firm have represented the Biafra movement in the past, in 2019, and my happiness is that she is well grounded on the issue of Biafra. That's enough.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Now let's go straight to what is happening on December the 2nd. What are you planning to do?
Well, Dr. Rudolph, Biafra has come a very long way, and everybody has their, agitating and pushing the movement for the freedom of Biafra. You will agree with me that Nigeria is not working. Nigeria will never work. And so what we try to do is to bring alternative to our people. And it is the Biafra people first, before any other Nigerian. So we are moving Biafra people forward, securing their future. And the only way to do that is that we need a separate, independent state where we can govern ourselves the way we want. And where we can put a policy that will help our people to develop, compete among nations. So in Nigeria, that opportunity is not possible. In Nigeria, the innovativeness of the Biafra people and their career are getting killed by the Nigeria system. So we need a better system and a different system entirely that will allow our people to develop themselves and compete among nations. So what we're doing in Finland is a part of the generating a document, which is going to be a base for the pursuit for the recognition of independence state of Biafra to be recognized as a sub-state. So that's what we plan to do. And you know that we have been conducting self-referendum, which is still ongoing. It's going to end on the 28th of November. And this self-referendum, as of today, has recorded over 50 million votes. It is both online voting and physical voting. So, so far, from the record we have from the official that are responsible, we have, recorded over 50 million votes. So this vote now will be one of the legal ground to give the Biafra government in exile and the de facto government a mandate to restore the lost sovereign state of Biafra. Just like every other nation have done it in the past. For example, Lithuania and co. have one time lost their sovereignty. So Biafra also lost their sovereignty to Nigeria state by force, by the barriers of gone. So today we are here to restore it. And what is happening in Finland is not declaration of Biafra, but declaration of restoration of independence of Biafra, because Biafra has been declared and recognized in 1967, and recognized by different countries. So that sovereignty were forcefully, lost, and Nigeria took it back. So we are here to restore it back, because after that war, nothing has changed. Actually, the reason for the war has escalated, and the issue and the cases are completely different today. Worse than what it were before the war.
Okay. Referendum. You said the results are showing. What are the results? What are they showing? How many?
Like I said, it is not yet complete.
They've not opened the envelope.
But we know from the record that it is over 50 million.
People in Nigeria, how did they vote?
We have been posting the videos of the voting. One thing that people don't know is that, first of all, I would like to educate those who may have not paid attention because of propaganda of the Nigerian media and those pushing it. Biafra today has a de facto government, functioning de facto government in the homeland. And in this de facto government, we have 40 United States of Biafra. In this 40 United States of Biafra, each state has 15 counties. In each county, you have 5 districts. In each state, we have 75 districts. And in this district, we have head of district. In these counties, we have head of county. And then we have, in this state, we have the administrator, which is equivalent to governor. So this is what a lot of people don't actually know. So when they see the result of our activities in Biafra land, they are surprised and shocked how Simon Ekpa is doing this from Finland, because we control the Biafra land from grassroots. So the government is already in the grassroots. So every community knows who is their county leader. Every county knows who is their county leader and who are the executive in the counties. And so with this particular structure, we are able to conduct this referendum, and people are fiscally voting. And of course, it may also shock you that the reason we have succeeded so far in the civil disobedience is also because of the structure, the strong grassroots structure that we have, which Nigeria, know, but of course they don't want to tell the other citizens who are available to understand why every effort to stop the sit at home has failed. They tell you it is because people are getting killed and stuff like that. It's a lie. It's because we have a very structure, from the grassroots.
All right, we are going to get into the sit at home and everything else, but explain this for me. Let me understand. So the administrators in 40 states in Biafra land today.
Yes, there are 40 administrators. There are in each state. There are 15 county head. In each county, there are 5 district head, and there are other, the chain of leadership and all that from the state down to the district level.
Do these people interact with people? Do they know them?
Of course. They are completely in charge of Biafralands. That's what is going on.
So if I call a boy state now, I can get the names of people.
You may not get the name of anybody in Ebonyi State unless you are into the struggle.
Okay. So what about people who are not into the struggle? How did they vote?
Well, those who are not into the struggle are not necessarily going to vote. These are the people, the few percentage of the people making noise on social media. But those who are in the struggle are voting massively. If you look at the videos who are posted on social media, you see crowd that will shock you. Yeah, even more organized and better organized than Nigerian election. You can agree with me if you have come across the videos.
Yeah, but for you now say that the Biafrans all voted and this percentage that supported it, wouldn't it be good that everybody had a chance?
Well, that is the point. We gave everybody the opportunity to vote. But at the same time, because this is a struggle and we are in a very fragile state, so we make it possible for people to vote online, right? And then in a struggle like this, you have to also be very security conscious, considering the fact that Nigeria is a terrorist state that kills people who agitate and do protest. So we don't want to endanger the life of our people, by trying to prove that everybody has to participate. Everybody must not participate. Even in the Nigerian general election, not everybody voted, and somebody is still a president. So we don't need to prove, everybody that Biafra have participated. Those who believe in Biafra should participate, and they participated, and they are still participating because the vote is still ongoing to the 28th of November.
What about people abroad? You mean in New York here, there are people?
Yes. Everybody is voting online. Those of Biafrans abroad are voting online. And we created a voting system using the Google platform.
And you have a way of verifying that these people voting there.
Yes, we verify. And of course, like those who want to dispute, who want to argue, we give them opportunity to conduct their own referendum on behalf of Biafra people.
All right, this is interesting. Now let's also look at another thing. You have a new constitution that just came up.
Yes.
How was it? Who wrote the constitution? How did
the constitution was drafted by the representative from the entire 40 states of Biafra. So we have people, every state volunteered the people to participate in writing the constitution. And that is some of the problem or the confusion that people don't actually understand. Everybody must not be part of the constitution at this point, but those who believe in the struggle presented and volunteered to be part of the struggle, are part of the constitution. And so that's how we arrive a constitution that is still open for amendment. You know, constitution is never complete.
So you have the names of the people that drafted it. Do we know?
Yeah, we have the names of the people that draft constitution, and then also, listen. It is not only the constitution. As a matter of fact, we have what we call the declaration drafting team. The declaration drafting committee also cut across board from all states. People volunteered to be part of the drafting committee. So that you bring your idea, everybody's input will be taken, but it has to be somehow consolidated into the declaration. So the declaration itself is like a document where we have we try to bring in every idea, every grievances that Biafra people who are representing their different states brought into the committee. So we try to bring everything together, and there are different kind of grievances that we are on that ground. The declaration of the restoration of independence state of Biafra is happening in this December. So what we are doing is to carry everybody who believe in this Biafra government along. We don't need to go and drag people who don't believe in the government. So you have to, first of all, believe in the government, volunteer to be part of what we are doing, and you are welcome. So we are not discriminating anybody or pushing anybody away. So those who believe in what we are doing are parts of it.
Now, the states, back to the states. Did you go beyond, because I get a lot of comments about the Biafran. When I posted that you were coming, people wrote and were saying, remove us from this year Biafran talk. How did the states go? Is it the 5 eastern states that you broke into 40 different?
No, sorry. This particular structure of 40 states has already been there. It is not my making. So what I did was to bring everybody who are involved in the Biafra struggle even before I came in. So I told them to bring in the structure that they have, and we start working on that. So it is every state brought in their state map. They brought in their state structure. It is not my making. So what I did was to harness the already made structure from the 1967 down to Owazurike Mosob, down to IPOB, and to what we're doing now. So we consolidated everything and make it to be more, organized structure as it is today. So it is not my making. It is the making of the people. Every state brought their structure, brought their county structure, brought their district structure, and that's why it is called, it's going to be the Confederated State of Biafra, because we're going to practice confederation, where these states who brought in their state structure are going to go. So
what about people who are saying they don't want to have anything to do with Biafra?
That is part of that life, and it's part of democracy. Even in Nigeria, when Nigeria was fighting for independence, North didn't want to go independent, right? But today they are the one who enjoy it most. So we are not bothered about those who say they don't want to be part of Biafra. They are just a few individuals. Just like 1% or even 0.0% of people hijack Nigeria and impoverish everybody today. So those people saying they don't want to be part of Biafra, are they enjoying the killings in Nigeria? The answer is no. So we don't actually care about what they say. That's why we have gone this far. Because few people cannot hold everybody hostage.
Mm. You are following the trial of Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria. What do you make of how it's going?
I don't believe in Nigeria system, in court system. Nigeria doesn't have a court. Nigeria doesn't have a judiciary. So, and that's why, I don't know whether you are aware, we have actually banned anything judiciary under Nigeria in Biafra territory, and they are folding up. So if you are not aware of that, I want to make it clear today. We are going to lock them indefinitely, and they will never come back until Biafra become an independent state. After the December declaration, we start to pursue the legitimacy of Biafra. Nigeria court system and judiciary can never ever function again in Biafraland. It's a threat and a promise.
How is that going to happen? How are you going to do
it? It is already happening. Are you not seeing them folding up? That is to show you that the Biafra have taken over their land. Our plan is to delegitimize Nigeria from the Biafra territory. little by little, step by step, stage by stage, and that is happening. So the judiciary is the next, because judiciary in Nigeria has contributed to the anarchy you see today. The insecurity you see today is the judiciary. The you see today is the judiciary. The banditry, terrorism you see today is the judiciary. They have not done anything that will bring justice, fairness, and equity. So we don't need those kind of system in our land. So, and if you're asking me how we're going to do that, we're already doing it. You see, they are folding up. That land belongs to us, and Nigeria has been rejected by the people. Over 50 million has given us the mandate to chase away Nigeria from our land. So, however we're going to do it is what the government will decide. And we're doing it that way.
Okay. You know that you are on the list of most wanted people in Nigeria.
That's a badge of honor. I am very, very happy that I am in the list, because if I am not in the list, I would have regretted by even getting involved in Biafra. So it's a badge of, it's the highest honor I have received in my life.
Now, people say, I played the video earlier in the introduction when Nnamdi said that if they don't give us Biafra, that Somalia will be better than Nigeria. And people say that what you have achieved is to turn some parts of Igbo land to look like Somalia. That Lagos is not like Somalia, that Abuja is not like Somalia, but Owerri, Olo area, basically is like Somalia. What do you say?
So let me address you. Now, did you see the poverty rate in the world? Where is Somalia in the list?
It should be at the bottom also. Like
no, I want you to tell us.
I can find it.
Where is Nigeria and Somalia?
Nigeria is at the bottom too. Yeah.
So in the list now, is Nigeria up or down?
Down.
Yeah, so it's already it doesn't necessarily mean.
But when you,
it doesn't actually mean that they're going to be shooting gun like in Somalia. Somalia already overtake Nigeria in a better scale. Nigeria is down in poverty level. So how do you
Maz, they're serious. Let me give you this as serious things. I have a friend here in America who lost his father 2 years ago from Olo area, and lost a brother early this year. And none of them, they've not been able to do any funeral because nobody can go home.
Okay.
And there are so many places like that in the South. Is that a good thing?
Well, I should be asking you, how are the burial taking place in other parts of Nigeria?
No, the way people are reading this mean that it's a consequence of this confrontation with the Nigerian authorities.
So how is this confrontation making people not to have burial in Biafraland? Can you explain?
Because it's not safe. That's what they said. That's why he hasn't gone.
Who is making it? Why are you laughing? No, I want to. You say this is a discussion, right?
No, we're having a conversation.
If you cannot answer, let me explain.
I want you to tell me.
You want to answer?
No, this is what they said. This is what they said.
Okay, so this is what they say. But what about you? What about you? What about your opinion? What do you think is the reason for not having burial?
No, I don't have. I go home. I don't.
So can I explain now? Can I explain the reason?
Yeah, give us the reason.
All right. The reason is because the Nigerian terrorist army and police have been killing our people for many years, even before I joined the Biafra struggle. They killed them in Aba, where they went to pray, and over 150 officials was announced. Over 150 people were killed in cold blood. Nobody asked question. Nobody, was held responsible until today. They went to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's house, bombed everywhere, killed people there. Nobody was arrested. Nobody was held accountable. They went to war and killed. And these people they are killing never raised a gun against them, right? They were only having flag. They killed in Enugu. They killed in Ebonyi. So when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, they went to Kenya to kidnap him against international law, and I took over from there. And do you know what I said in the first place? I said, under my leadership in this Biafra movement, you can never kill Biafra again and go free in Biafra land. So I raised an army called the Biafra Liberation Army to confront these killers. And these killers, some of them are repentant Boko Haram. So they recruit them, push them to Biafra land, and people are not talking about that. And when they go to the open RPG or GPMG and they start spraying bullets, even fowls are getting killed. So I said, under my leadership, under this Biafra movement, Nigeria can never kill any Biafra again and live to tell this story. So we raised the Biafra Liberation to deal with them, and they are neutralizing them. So when they neutralize them, what do? They will come after the villagers. And let me tell you, is that the kind of country you want to be proud of, where you have people carrying guns, defending their land, and instead of them to go after those people that are defending the land, they will go against innocent people. These are the reasons why people are not coming for burial. So tell it the way it is. So, and it is not my fault. It is not my fault. It is not the fault of Biafra. It is the fault of the Nigerian terrorist army, who cannot confront the Biafra Liberation Army, but confront innocent people. And why they are doing it is so that we lay down our guns, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, that knowing that this is how they operate, if we believe the story you just told, this is how they operate. The question is the best thing continue to have them kill villagers if we believe this?
Believe me, there is no any other better way. This is the best way. If you have any other better way, tell me. The better way is what we're doing now is the better way. When they come to kill our people, we kill them first. And if they come, we will resist them as much as we can. And let me tell you, it will continue like that until none of them will be in Biafraland. It is called attrition. War of attrition. You know, the chief of army said that what they are fighting is called the jungle warfare and asymmetric warfare. No, I am not fighting asymmetric warfare with them. I am defending Biafra people, and what we have actually declared now is war of attrition. Go and Google it. It is, you are going to be fighting until nobody is remaining, and it is not going to be on our side. They are running away. You know the kind of atrocities people have committed in our land? Is that how to run a government? Government that will come and you don't go after people carrying arms, which you invited with your actions and atrocities? You go after on armed innocent women and children? Is that the kind of government to support? So we know what we are doing now is what we are going to do. And like I said, they should go and Google war of attrition. We will fight this war with them or know who is going to give up.
When I interviewed Nnamdi Kanu in 2019, I asked him, how many people have you lost? The question was how many? He said thousands. Let me ask you the same question. Since this started, how many soldiers, let me use the word, the Biafran, your own soldier, have you lost? If
we lost people, you see them on social media. Now they are posting some of the people they are claiming to be. We don't lost soldiers. I have to be very sincere with you. We don't lost soldiers. They know it. Let me tell you, we are fighting a very different war with Nigeria terrorist state, and they are confessing. Have you ever, in the history of Nigeria, have you ever, even during the war, it was only during the war, actually, that the issue of Biafra was discussed at the National Assembly, and the entire security chief are crying. We are training, I have a military experience. We are training the Biafra fighters, and they are engaging Nigeria in a very war that they have never fought before. And you see, I didn't say it. You can hear it from the horse's mouth. Musa have cried several times. And let me tell you, if they think that in self-defense is a crime, they should go and read international law. Because the point is that nomadic system have taken over and nobody is thinking correctly in Nigeria anymore. You come and kill people and expect them to defend themselves. We are defending ourselves. And like I said, if I have access to bomb today that will go to Aso Rock, I will first of all engage Aso Rock. But until then.
How many people, not soldiers now, regular people have died?
They should give you that report. They are the government now. They should give you how many people they have killed, right? They are the one who killed the people, and all we do is to defend them. So they should tell us how many Biafra women and children have been killed. Because at least you have never in anywhere, in any news, that Biafra Liberation Army invaded a village and killed everybody there, just like we see in the north and see in the other part of Nigeria. But the military are the one killing. We saw them people in the Onokoma community. They're born everywhere. Nobody is talking. So when they say that people kill soldier in Ukoma, nobody know what led to killing of the soldier in Ukoma. But you know what? Everybody was proudly saying, "Oh, the military will come and burn this." We don't want to be kind to be part of the system where they will not go after criminals. They will come to where a crime was committed and they go after innocent people. That kind of system should be abolished. And that's what we are abolishing by pulling out Biafra from that Islamic terrorist state.
The sit at home every Monday that you support, how has it been helping? The
sit at home is has been very successful. What people don't know is that when we started the sit at home, the point is that they don't know why. They don't know why we keyed into the sit at home very much. It is going to achieve, or have actually achieved, several things. Is that it crushes the economy of Nigeria.
Nigeria. Wait, hold on.
I'm telling you, Nigeria. Not Eastern Nigeria, Nigeria. If you know the point, if you're listening to IKOM as dumb as he is, he said that the sit at home is affecting everybody in Nigeria. And nobody is paying attention to that. They have lied and used to propaganda to say, oh, is the economy. What have the economy in the East done for over 50 years? Nothing. Now let me explain. I'm still explaining the sit at home. Now, it crushes the economy of Nigeria. 2, we are delegitimizing Nigeria government from Biafraland because it is one of the ways to prove that they have no control over the people. 3, they have to that sit at home that demonstrated that they have lost legitimacy over the Biafra people. You don't know what is happening. So you are very close to Sowore. You should ask Sowore, why did he say that the Southeast has, systematically left Nigeria? It is because of the sit at home, because they have lost control over the people and they're listening to only the Biafra government. It's a packed way to our freedom. And now we are, and let me also explain to you, we are using 4 different mechanisms and different approach to fight this freedom, which has never been done in the past. 1 is the political approach, 2 is the diplomatic approach, 3 is the armed struggle self-defense approach, and 4 is the civil disobedience, which sit at home is part of it. So these 4 we are using to delegitimize and fight Nigeria to our freedom. And it's working perfectly.
The local women who cannot go to the market, the students who cannot go to school, the workers who cannot go to this, the businesses that are leaving the East to move to other places, who is paying the price for that?
They have a better business ahead of them. The students have a better school to attend in future. What we are doing is a price they have to pay. It's a price of freedom. Freedom does not come free of charge. So we understand all this nonsense. Nigeria will tell you, oh, your business is being destroyed, or your school. Ask yourself, those people that went to school for over 50 years ago, what have they done with education? Nothing. So we are going to bring alternative education that will work for them. So they have to pay the price of not going to school if they have to not go at this point. And those who don't go to market have to also pay the price market, because I believe they will not prefer to have it being thrown in every market every day, because it's happening in somewhere else in order to get freedom. So we are not going to that particular fight or defense at this point. At least nobody is even though they are throwing bombs in the state. I don't know whether you're aware of that. They are bombing and all that. We are hitting them with our anti-aircraft. Even though our anti-aircraft may not be the modern sophisticated anti-aircraft, but it is doing something. At least they don't fly 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes, and they will run away. So these people that are complaining about school, they should give us a break. It is the price that these people have to pay. Those people complaining about not going to shop, stuff like that, they have other days to go to shop. Every Monday is a sacrifice that we have made to make sure that we speak to the entire world and prove that Nigeria has no control over Biafra territory. That's what we want to achieve, nothing else. That particular civil disobedience.
Now, Igbo people at home, they say that people like you abroad, you are enjoying your life. They see videos of you dancing, drinking. They say, why is it that they are the ones paying the price? People in Lagos, people in Abuja, Igbo people, they are not. There
should be more worried that I left those particular enjoyment that I'm doing, including going to club that I used to go, including all the enjoyment I used to travel everywhere. I'm not doing that anymore for them. So concerned that why should I live all this life I was living? Why should I not just enjoy myself? Because I have conscience. I have come to this country not by my power, but God brought me here so that I will live and bring something back home. And I don't want to bring politics back home. I don't want to bring any thing. I want to bring freedom back. Because many people travel abroad and all they do is that, I want to bring something back home. Ask them, what do you want to bring back home in Nigeria? How many Nigerians have traveled abroad, studied, become PhD professor? They went back home. What's been their contribution in Nigeria system? Nothing. If you go there, the Nigeria kills you. The system kills you. You can never, even if you are a saint, once you go to Nigeria, you get corrupt. So I did not come here to learn politics, to learn something to bring back to Nigeria so that Nigeria will corrupt me. I give freedom to my people because that's what they need most.
When you see Nnamdi Kanu appear in court and say that he would like the sit at home to end, do you ignore that, or do you? I
ignore.
Why?
Because he's not a free man.
So what will it make you believe what he's saying?
He just played his voice when he was a free man talking with you. So what you heard in the court, does it sound the same? I will listen to him when he becomes a free man. I'm not only a free man, to Finland and sit one-on-one with me before I can listen to him. That is my condition. Because the reason why he is being incarcerated today is because of what I'm doing. It's because of the Biafra. So he cannot be captured because I know the reason they captured him is to end Biafra, and then you expect me to dance to their tune. It's not possible. Even if they bring him out today and he stay in Nigeria there and say, Simon Ekpa, stop, I'm not going to stop.
So are you planning to Nigeria? People say that...
I don't go to Nigeria, I go to Biafra.
Yeah, are you planning to go to Biafra?
Of course, I will go to Biafra. I will go to Biafra. Why am I fighting? I will go to Biafra to be part of building a system that will work for everybody.
When?
When Biafra is recognized.
By?
The international community, by UN and all other...
Now, if an American official who is sympathetic to your Biafran issue hear you speak, do you think that they will be inclined to openly come out and say we support people?
They don't need to openly come out. They should. Most of them have had meeting one-on-one with them, and the way I talk with them is differently from the way I talk here. So they listen to me and they buy the idea.
How do you talk with them?
I talk with them presidentially. Because of course, when I'm here, that I'm talking with my people. When I talk with them, I talk differently. So, and when I talk with them, I present Biafra as a solution, which is the way it is. I present Biafra as a solution to restore peace and stability. That is the only way to restore peace, because what you see today, the Islamic movement happening today from the Sahel down to the entire Nigeria region, interest is tied to Biafra.
Now, not beyond the work to them, what about what you do, like things you celebrate on your social media?
It's my personal life, because I'm.
No, I don't mean dancing. I mean, okay. Like when there are military officers killed, you.
Are you not seeing military officers killed in Ukraine being posted by Israel, or the terrorists killed in Gaza being posted by Israel defense?
So you think it's okay?
It's okay. That is the only way to show the enemy that you are dealing with them.
All right. At this point, let's take a break. We'll come back. When we come back, I'll play some videos, get your reaction to the videos, and then we're going to invite people who are watching to join us in this conversation with the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic in exile. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are here with the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic, government in exile, Mazi Simon Ekpa. So please, we have about 3,000 people watching. Can you like the video so that more people will be able to see it and hear the ideas coming out from Mazi Simon Ekpa? All right, let's continue. I had during my interview with Ojukwu, that was 2001. So I asked him, why didn't he government in exile when the Biafran war ended in Nigeria? This is the answer he gave. Because I didn't see what good it would do. Oh, it would do me good because some people will still look upon me as a head of state. And they will certainly, in certain places, give me red carpet receptions. But is that what life is all about? Life is about the betterment of a lot of the millions of people at home. I had to consider very seriously what possible reaction a government that for 3 years had intent on genocide will have on such a situation vis-a-vis our people who are still active within the Nigerian situation. A lot of people who look at what you do, they keep going back to our people. You talk about sacrifice made or you are making, but the one that our people at home are making is enormous.
So what is the question?
The question is, don't that bother you? I will tell you personally, I've lost people who died because they couldn't get to the hospital on a Monday.
What about other days? How many people died for not paying?
We don't know. That's a fact. We don't know.
So let me tell you, I don't blame our hero, Ojukwu, for such a comment. Can you imagine where somebody fought the war for 3 years and at the end of the day lose the war? So you don't expect the person to come and start fighting from exile, right? Is it exile that is going to win? No. But if you look at history, it has always been, this race for freedom has always been like a relay race. So Ojukwu has laid the background of which every one of us are building this temple today. And I am bringing that particular whole thing to a conclusive end. That's what I'm doing. So Ojukwu cannot, the exile Ojukwu went to is what we have actually activated today. So you don't expect him after, mistake, because a lot of mistakes were made. And you will agree with me that during the Ojukwu has no representative in the United States. All the representatives were just sell out. So Ojukwu don't actually know what was going on. He had nobody to educate the United States or Congress or the government. They have nobody to put and educate them on the reason why Biafra should go. So nobody, Ojukwu don't have that representative. So we have it today. And one thing is that you are just emphasizing on Susie. You are happy that she was a lobbyist for the IPOB and all that. So it is part of the mistake that we identified. We want to solve it. Now, during the war, at a point, the United States was shifting ground to the Biafra side, and the Biafra leaders don't have knowledge about it. So if it's somebody that they have knowledge, that they have people representing them, they have good lobby firm. I don't even know whether they have lobby at all. They don't have. So you're assuming that they have lobby firm representing them in the United States, educating the policy, the policies, the Department of State, the U.S. Congress, and all that. I don't think, although that's how God wanted, I would not want to change the wish and the will of God. So God wants it to happen that way. Today, we are, using that particular foundation that was laid, that mistake that was made. And today, everybody have seen that actually they are Ojukwu, because the thing he saw that Gowon didn't see have consumed his people today. Gowon today, having Ojukwu and Biafra people, cannot even stay in Nigeria. He ran away to the United Kingdom. At age of 80 or 90, who does that? He should be proud to stay in his village where he killed Biafra, 3 million people through starvation for Nigeria to become one. But why is he running away? Because the country failed. That thing Ojukwu saw, because it was Biafra people that were paying the price in the northern Nigeria. Every given confrontation, Biafra people get killed. So today it is no longer Biafra people. Gowon people are getting killed. And today, many of them are living in IDP camps. So Gowon could not save his people. He ran away. So if he actually saw what Ojukwu saw today, I don't think he would lead Nigeria to war against Biafra. So what I'm trying to say is that Ojukwu did the right thing as somebody who fought for 3 years and lost the war. And we have learned from Ojukwu mistake. We have also learned from Wazirike's mistake. In case you don't know why what the mistake Wazirike made. The Wazirike was that when Wazirike was captured, just like Mazinam Dikano was captured and kidnapped from Kenya, Wazirike was incarcerated. What did they do? They connived with all the commanders of Wazirike and brought them to the prison. And said, you see, all the hitmen, all the staff are with us. And who did it? Andy Oba. Right? So from there, during Obasanjo time, from there, Wazirike gave up. He said he looked at all the people that he was fighting with, all the men he had his hope on. All of them came with Andy Oba, a politician, to the prison. So what can he do? He gave up. The same thing they want to do to Mazinam Dikano. They capture him in Kenya, and all the commanders of the Eastern Security Network, they started killing them. I came to rescue them. That's what I did. So I saw those mistakes, and I built defense to make sure that it never repeats itself again. And so what did I do? I began to organize, bring in more organized and more structured movement. And then I also approached the former government in exile, actually Ralph Wazirike was part of. They failed me. And I know they will be listening. They failed me. That was actually what led to the formation of the present government of Biafra in exile. So all these things, I try to bring everybody together. I try to let those people who have been there before to come and bring what they have on the table so we can use it. I just joined Biafra in 2019. So, and what I did is, this Biafra have lingered for ages, and we have, so we do not need to fight this thing with guns and bullets alone. So there is a need for a well-structured and organized system to get this Biafra done. And I said, I will not fight this more than 5 years. So I gave myself 5 years to fight for Biafra and actualize Biafra. And this is where we are. This is the 5th year.
Now, when I interviewed Nnamdi Kanu, I asked him what role he would like to play if Biafra were to come, and he said he wouldn't want to play any role. You're already the prime minister. If there is Biafra today, what role will you play?
I will play any role Biafra gave me. One thing I cannot do is to fight for this Biafra and allow idiots to come and win the system. No, I will put Finland. I want to bring Finland to Biafra. And I won't allow a stranger to come and bring Finland who doesn't know anything about Finland. Do you know our constitution is comprised of one of the best constitutions in the world? Our constitution today is comprised the Finnish constitution, the Switzerland constitution, and the United States constitution. So it is the best you can see. And let me tell you, the day we are going to unveil this constitution and vote on it, and people see this constitution, you will know that, yeah, indeed, we're going to be the civilization. We're going to bring civilization to Africa. So I cannot fight for Biafra to bring a better life, a better system that works for the people, for the interest of the people, and then somebody else who do not know the plan I have for Biafra people to come and start. No, it's not going to happen. I will be part of the government.
So what role will Nnamdi Kanu play?
Nnamdi Kanu have his own right to make a choice. So we cannot force him, but I believe that when he was making such comment, he don't know what we have done today. If he come out today and see what we have done, I believe is going to have a change of mind.
What is your role, your relationship with the IPOB that was the other faction?
They are Biafrans. The only relationship I have with them is that they are Biafrans. And after Biafra become an independent state, under the Biafra government in exile and de facto government, we will start a reconciliation process.
You think you can reconcile with them?
Why would they not? If they don't want to reconcile, they will go to exile. Yeah, but the government will give them opportunity for reconciliation. That's what makes us different. You know, I'm not here for vindictive or to kill anybody or anything like that. I want the best interest of the Biafra people. So those who believe in freedom, actually believe in freedom, there will be open door for reconciliation.
One more question before I begin the audience, and that's a question about people in what we know today as Niger Delta, who are saying that they don't want to be part of this. How will you force them to be part of what?
They should first of all go and number part of the 50 million people that have.
So are you going to force them?
Let me tell you, once they outnumber those numbers, we don't have any problem. Actually, it is even in the constitution we have today. So a confederating state means that they need to be educated. For those who are shouting that too, because they don't know what is confederate, you know, they can still have whatever they want to have, do whatever they want to do in their state and all that, because they are completely free from everything we are doing. So if they feel that they can have a defense system that works for them, good for them. We can't do what Nigeria did to us to them. And let me tell you also that the issue of Niger Delta this, Niger Delta that is something that the Constitution of Biafra have actually addressed. So, and there's not going to be a better what we have today, this confederating state of Biafra, where they will have their choice and their right to do whatever they want to do, have their own constitution, have their own parliament, each state on their own. That is the best. And then our defense is the same, because we're going to have enemies that will surround us. And these enemies that will surround us is not just against us alone. They are against America, they are against the West. So America needs us, the West needs us in order to protect their interest, because once we protect the interests of America, we protect our interests. The business, the trade, the shipment and all that begin to move. Our own interest is also protected. So when people talk about American interest, it is as if it is only America we're fighting for. No. When American interest in the region is protected, our interest is protected as well. When there is no piracy in the sea, after we have become an independent state, we combat piracy, like the way they're spending billions today. They can't move freely in the sea and all that. That will end automatically. And our army will be army that is not going to have any affiliate, any terrorist affiliate, just like we have today, people that are affiliated to Boko Haram terrorist group. We're not going to have that in Biafraland, right?
Why is it that the Nigerian government, despite their efforts to get you extradited, that they've not been successful getting Finland to work with them?
Finland doesn't work with a terrorist country.
All right. And
they will never work with terrorist country. That I can assure you here.
But you know that they are making moves.
Which move? The
Nigerian government.
They can make moves for all I care. I am here standing very strong, because I know I'm not doing anything wrong.
All right. So for those who want to know us, I posted the link.
And also, Rudolph.
Yeah.
I want to say something here, because this is an opportunity for me to address you.
Okay, go ahead.
And, so I want to say this, some of you have made bad decisions in the past, a very bad one. And so we have a record of making good decisions. And our decisions have actually favored our people for many years. And I want to tell you one bad decision you have made, and many of you. One is that I saw you protesting against Goodluck Jonathan during the 2015 election. You want Buhari to come in. It was a very bad decision. And sometimes we look at the people who have made such decision that they are not capable to decide for the people. When we are making this decision we're making today, that you may not see the effect of it today, give us the benefit of doubt and see what it will turn out in the next few years. So Biafra that I'm fighting today and making all these things that many people are laughing at. They are laughing that we are going to have. They don't know why we are having that. They are laughing that we are going to. I'm declaring Biafra. They are laughing that there is a football, a national football team. They are like all those things, and that is exactly what Gandhi said. They will laugh at you. They will mock you. At the end of the day, you win. So I want to say that some of us that are making this decision, interest of Biafra people, we see what people don't see. So you should be able to give us benefit of that and support the decision we made. We kicked against Buhari. It backfired. You people supported him. We kicked against this Tinubu. You people, many of you supported him. And so it is very, very hard for people like us to come and listen to advisors that have made bad decisions in the past. It is very difficult for me, and I believe many people. So I just want to tell you this today because I may not have the opportunity to tell you again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I don't remember protesting against Jonathan.
Rudolph, I saw you carrying play card in the United States.
Saying what?
Protesting against Jonathan.
Me?
Yes, when they organized Occupy Nigeria, I saw you now. I will post it.
Okay, yeah, post it, please. Share it. Let me remember because I don't remember that. But anyway, thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking time coming here. I will still ask you for more questions, but I want to give our viewers a chance to also weigh in. So when you come in, please, you have to make sure that you have camera on. I just want you to ask one question only. You have to be respectful because you are talking to the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic, a government in exile. So it's very important, and if you don't do that, we take you out. And there won't be any arguments. Just ask your question, listen to the answer, and then we find the best question you have. There are a lot of people who are trying to get in, and so when I bring you in, just be able to come up with some. All right, Righteous Man here first.
Yeah, good evening, Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. I've been watching and following you for 2 years now. Is this? How do you consider your safety as a priority? And should anything happen to you, who takes over from you?
Allow Biafrans and myself to worry about my safety. I don't have any problem with my safety.
Thank you, Righteous Man. Let's go to Ernest. Ernest. Ernest, unmute yourself. All right, so Ernest, I have to remove you if you can unmute yourself. Let's go to Okija and Okija. You're next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Ekpa, I mean, some people, might think that this is funny, but this question is funny, but it's not. Behind you, I see American flag. I think that the other one is a Finnish flag, and the Israeli flag, and then behind those flags, I mean, including the Biafran flag. Then behind you, I see the Last Supper. Just a white man, he's not even Jewish. A white man, blonde hair, blue eyes. So I don't know, is this an image of Biafra? Is Biafra gonna be like a servant state to all this contraption? With the white man, I don't know, because what I know is that our people, we have our own religion. We have our own of life. We had democracy before America was, founded. Igbo people, they are Republican people in nature. So, I mean, what image are you showing to us, with all these flags and the blonde man behind?
All right. So, thank you very much for that question. Biafran government has officially three religion. We have the Jewish religion, Christian religion, and traditional religion officially. I believe that I've answered your question. So you can choose which one you want. If you want to be part of a traditional worshiper, it is official in Biafraland. If you want to be part of Christianity, it is official in Biafraland. If you want to be part of Jewish, it is official in Biafraland. Myself, I'm a Christian and a traditional worshiper too.
So we won't have a Islamic religion in Biafra. That's what you're saying.
I said official three language. Islam is not official religion. Sorry, Islam is not official religion in Biafraland.
But they'll be allowed to practice.
I said official. That actually answered you. Official.
All right. Thank you, Okija. So on the politics of you're next.
I said,
Prime Minister,
official three language. Islam is not official religion. Sorry, Islam is not official.
Something is recorded.
But they'll be allowed to practice.
I said official. That's actually official. So can somebody mute? Yeah, NS, I think.
Yeah. All right, Ovie, go ahead.
All right. Special thank you to Prime Minister Simon. I from the bottom of my heart, I actually respect your style of leadership, and I want to say thank you for coming. One, thank you for your clarity. Two, but most especially, thank you for the response you gave Rudolph in regard to the question he asked about the mistake he believed that Ojukwu made during the Biafra in the 60s. And your response on how you recognize that and how you are going about it, talking about the lobbies and all that. That's particularly me, it hit me hard because currently I'm doing extensive research on the role of the West in regards to the civil war, the Biafran war. And I couldn't help to notice two things. America actually said one Nigeria over Biafra. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, supported one Nigeria over Biafra based on two things. One, they were scared that if Biafran actually got their sovereignty, they might decide to lean towards the Soviet Union. You remember, it was at the middle of the Cold War in the 60s. That's one. Two, another concern of them is that if they allowed that to actually, the Biafra to actually get their sovereignty, it might become the norm within the sub-Saharan region or indeed the whole continent, and that would be too much for them to deal with at that time. So that's why they fully supported but events that is happening today is as the same as what happened in the 60s, but in this time take a different phase, which is China in the size of BRICS, why, of course, the almighty United States. And I noticed that, I don't know if I can be heard, I noticed that you are happy that Donald Trump won. So I'm curious, in order to avoid the mistake that Donald believed that Ojukwu made in the 60s, is that why you are in total recognition of Donald Trump coming and the supremacy of America? Or what do you believe that Tinubu-led administration, which has more to bargain with? I don't know if my
yeah. I don't know. Rudolph, answer him.
Yeah. Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to say that Ove is a very good friend of mine before. So, and he knows me very well before, not now. So I thank him for the acknowledgement. But if anybody knows me, Agbaje knows me very well. I don't know whether he has told you that.
Yes.
All right. So to answer him, the reason why I'm very happy with the Trump administration coming into the House is because of his foreign policy. I believe every reasonable person in the world would be very happy for Trump coming back because there are crises everywhere. There are wars everywhere, which are actually avoidable. So, and we believe that Trump foreign policy will fix those issues because sometimes you need some kind of radical leaders to make things done. And Trump is one of those radical leaders that will change things, will change the paradigm in the entire globe. So on the issue of whether it is whether Trump is going to support Biafra or whether what you asked about during Ojukwu time and all that, the reason why we are doing what we are doing today is that that mistake I explained before, we are now in Washington, D.C., heavily present in Washington, D.C. I have met with number of congressmen. I have met with number of think tank group. I have met with policymakers, including past White House, members of the government of the United States, past members of the government of the United States, and all that. I have met a lot of them. And what we are doing today is to educate them, because Nigeria, they supported in those days, has become a failed state. Nigeria has become a country that breeds criminals. Nigeria has become a country that supports terrorism. Every policy of Nigeria today is going toward nosediving to a complete failed state. So America will not be proud to support this kind of failed state, and especially Trump with his policy, foreign policy, especially on protecting the Christians and the minority group. We believe that it is going to be for the interest of the Biafra people and people who have suffered severe killings and ethnic cleansings like us, that Nigeria have done to us. So we believe that, first of all, if you remember that when Biden came in, what they did was to remove Nigeria from the country of a special concern. And it was condemned by everybody. But Biden and his administration did not listen to that. Even when there were no reasonable ground to remove Nigeria from the country of a list of a concerned country, they still remove him, remove the Nigeria state. So we believe that Trump coming to power will put Nigeria on their toe. And as you can agree with me, even before now, we have information that many of you do not have. We know that Nigeria have, supported the re-election of Kamala Harris secretly and and openly. So why are they supporting this re-election? Because of the way they have ignored the atrocities of Nigeria. And so you should be asking yourself question: why was Nigeria removed from the country of special concern? Nobody has been able to address and answer that question till today. So we believe that Trump coming to power, first of all, he is going to hit hard on a terrorist state like Nigeria. And then also look at what we are bringing to the table as alternative to restore peace and stability. Trump is coming to restore peace, not only in the Sahel region, it's also in Ukraine and in Gaza. So, and somebody has to do it. So we are bringing this particular solution, alternative to what they have on ground. And that alternative and solution is Biafra as an independent state. And I want all of you to understand that Biafra is not only going to benefit Biafra people, it is going to benefit the entire indigenous people within Nigeria area, including the Duduwas and other indigenous nationality within the Nigeria area. The emergence of Biafra as a nation will put an end to upsurge of terrorists. It will disintegrate the interest of the terrorists while they are coming to Sahel. It will also cut ties immediately. Just that Biafra has been recognized, only the pronouncement will make the entire region calm down, because the terrorists will start fleeing. Why would they be fleeing? They will be fleeing because their only interest is to capture Biafra territory, which is the majority Christian-dominated area today in the entire Sahel region. I don't know whether you're aware of that. So this is in Biafraland, not actually in the northern Nigeria. So, but they want to, first of all, cut our wings by cutting the neighbors, and then after that, they will come to us. And that's why we started resisting them ahead of time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Ikolola.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Damages and Prime Minister of Biafra, Simon Ekpa. I was just wondering, do you have to look so good to be a Prime Minister? Good to see you.
Thank you. That is so good. At least I don't want to look like the ancestor in Nigeria. I'm a young man, so I have to look good. Thank you.
Okay. Right. This is my question to you. Are you hell bent on secession? Must we secede? Must Biafra break away? Is that the only solution to the Igbo problem? And please,
that is the only, not the only solution. I think breaking away is not actually.
But let me finish. Let me finish. You get the whole context.
Okay.
If you're not hell bent on secession, let's imagine you're not hell bent on secession. What do you really want to see that the Nigerian element puts into place before you say, okay, then this is a pathway to unity? That is, if you're not hell-bent on secession. Did you get my question, sir?
Yeah. Okay. Now let me answer you. With all due respect, this is not the time for us to contemplate on whether there is a solution for us to remain one or not. This issue of whether we are going to remain one is something that we cannot revisit again, because the agenda of the Nigeria state is not for developmental purposes, is not to help the people, the citizens of Nigeria, is not to bring any innovative ideas, is not to build infrastructure, to bring security, to build road, give hospital, schools. No. So it is only one agenda, which is the most important thing, is the Islamic agenda. And you will agree with me that since 1989, after we call Abuja Declaration, what was Abuja Declaration? Abuja Declaration was the gathering of Islamic scholars, Islamic countries in Abuja, where the decision was made that the only thing they have to do is not to pursue development in any region within the Sahel region, but also to install all Muslims in different position and strategic position for the Islamization of that region. So that particular implementation of the Abuja 1989 Declaration is already 90%, if not 100. And that's why for the very first time in the history of Nigeria, you have a Muslim ticket. And people did not see anything wrong with that. In fact, before this Muslim ticket, a lot of people said it is not possible. It is not going to happen. Even the people who call themselves pastors and all those preachers, all those liars, they were saying that God told them it is not going to happen. If it happened, they say, make the thunder fire all of them, make fire burn them. They pray all those prayers, all those nonsense. It did not. It still happened. There's no Muslim ticket. It is called the implementation of Abuja Declaration 1989. And I want people in Nigeria to go and read Abuja Declaration. They have altered those content, the content of the declaration, but everybody who knows it knows the content was to install Muslims in all strategic position for the Islamization of the entire region. So the Biafrans are resisting that because we understand that very well. So if you tell us, let us come down now so that it is everybody will be one, they will come harder on us in the next 10 years, and we don't want to go back there again. So what are we saying? We are saying that we need a country where there is going to be rule of law, justice, fairness, equity. We need a country where our women will go to hospital without paying money, doctor will attend to them. We want a country where our students will go to school and nobody will kidnap them. We want a country where we are going to have good road, transportation, good social amenity, and possibly provide social security for our people. It may also interest you that as a government in exile today, we have the strongest national identity card. As a government in exile, the only country that will compete with us today is South Africa. The security we have in our national ID card, and it is European standard. It will be unveiled and issued to applicant first time ever during our convention in Finland. That's how far, that's the kind of quality of life we want to give our people. Nigeria don't have it. No other country have it in Africa except South Africa. And we have contracted the best security company in Europe to do this. So we are laying example. We want a country where our citizens can travel visa free because we have what it takes. The Europeans need us more than we need them. America need us more than we need them. So we need to have the kind of agreement where our citizens of Biafra, without anybody using telescope to look their passport. No, we want that our people will be respected in any point of entry, in any part of the world. That is the kind of, Nigeria can never provide that for you, and you know that. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ikola. Let's go to Christian. You're next.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
Greetings.
Rudolph, can you hear me? All right, thank you. I just missed one of your interview with Hyundai. So anyway, I'm just curious to ask Simon Ekpa. One of the questions Rudolph asked you, what role you're going to play when Biafra comes. One, you said the role Biafra giving you, but you're already a prime minister, so you really need to Biafra to give you a role. But my question now is, if you declare this Biafra on December, how long will it take you to remove the barracks, Nigerian barracks, army barracks, and police barracks? And how do you install remove the political actors in the territory and fill them with the Biafran political actors? Given this thing that you have missed so many instances, promises about the chiefs, the Biafran, you gave for 150 days in the past, it didn't come, and the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, most of the promises or the instances you have given hadn't worked in the past. So how do you think that, why would anyone seriously believe you that this one will work, or is this a public stunt?
All right, so let me address you. First of all, I did not make myself prime minister. So Biafrans voted me, and you need to be part of the movement to know whether I was voted in or not. But I'm telling you now that I was voted in as a Biafra prime minister. So you cannot be outside and want to know what is happening within the circle of the Biafra agitation. That's number one. So, like I said, I will be serving Biafra people in whichever position they give me. So that particular statement stands. Another thing is that you asked, how am I going to remove the military barrack? I have said we are at a war of attrition. So I will advise you to go to Google or to any search engine and check what is the war of attrition. War of attrition is that we fight till the person that is tired will leave. And so after the declaration of the restoration of the independent state of Biafra on December 2nd, what we're going to do is to generate a document, a legal document. This legal document will comprise of the Biafra constitution. It will comprise of the announcement of the Biafra self-referendum. It will comprise of the assenting into international human rights laws, international human rights treaties, international human rights convention in accordance with the UN treaties. We are going to assent to these laws, to respect them, the laws that Nigeria have violated with impunity. So this assenting to these treaties will give us that particular part of the legal background and legal backing to continue to pursue a diplomatic and political, using the diplomatic and political approach for the recognition of Biafra as an independent state, providing an alternative to Nigeria. So this is what we are doing, and this takes time. It is not so you need to have patience with us. That as we engage in Nigeria, delegitimizing them, they're going to get tired. At the end of the day, I'm only pitying those who is going to die, especially from the Nigeria side, in the name of defending Nigeria, because at the end of the day, they're going to invite us to talk on the table, to discuss the partition of Biafra and Nigeria. It is going to happen. So those who die for no reason are the one I'm going to pity, because Biafra will come one day and sit on the table. Everything you see happening today will end in a table. So what you have to ask yourself is that, is Nigeria a better option for you? That's the question. Do you enjoy Nigeria? Do you want this particular Islamic state that is happening today? Where I'm recruiting
not that I'm a proponent of Nigeria. The reason why I asked my question, not that I'm a proponent of Nigeria.
Let me address one of the questions. You said about 150 days, that all the promises I made, none of them has happened. There is no promise I have made that did not happen. Every promise I have made is targeted at achieving something. One is that before I started the 150 days countdown, it was to make sure I destabilized the Nigeria electoral system. Because many of you were saying that Obi is going to win. And I was telling you people that Obi was not fighting to become a president of Nigeria. Obi was only installed by the British Empire in order to destabilize the Biafra agitation, just like they kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That was the work of Obi. Today, are you going to be saying you are proud of Obi? Obi that is congratulating Gowon, you are proud of him, then it means something is wrong with you. So now I'm telling you that the 150 days was targeted at destabilizing the election, which we did. We succeeded. Over 52 people that registered, 20 million did not vote for Biafra. And so it is for the interest of the Biafra people that we counted 150 days. And you know that then everywhere was like, But of course, many of you do not understand because you are not in the struggle. You think that after 150 days, I'm going to declare Biafra without a government structure? You think I'm going to declare Biafra without having our representative at the Washington, D.C.? Because the Biafra is not going to come from Nigeria. Biafra is coming from abroad. The people that will help us to restore our independence are not in Nigeria. They are not in Africa. They are here where I am. So why should I be coming there, and why should I, so what I'm trying to say is that we need to put these structures in place, which was not there, and now it is here. We have all government structures. We have also de facto government, functioning de facto government. We have the Biafra database security. We have every institution of government today. So when you are talking with people, you present them to know how serious you are. They will listen to you. And that's why the United States, that's why the Department of State are listening to us, because they have seen how serious we are. They have seen that we have become more organized than every other Biafra, not only Biafra, every other independent movement in the world. Nobody has done what we have done today. If you have any country that have done what we have done today, and they got independent, even though they got independent, tell me which country, from Bangladesh to Lithuania, to all those countries, tell me which country have actually laid the foundation the Biafra government have laid today. Nobody. We have done, better than any other country. And what it needs to be done, because Nigeria is a very complex state, and we know the Nigeria status in the global community. So it needed something sophisticated to be able to break through, and that's what we have done. That's why everybody is listening to us today.
All right. Thank you so much, Christian. Let me ask a question from the comment section. I do get questions from here. So this one says, do you as Prime Minister have a relationship with Nnamdi Kanu's family and lawyers?
People should understand, and they should know how to differentiate the Biafra movement from Nnamdi Kanu's family. Nnamdi Kanu is an agitator like me, like every other person. He's a Biafra, he's a leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. So the Biafra freedom is not tied to his family. So did anybody know my family? Did anybody know Wazuke family? Did anybody know Ojukwu family? Ojukwu have family too. So Mazen Nnamdi Kanu should be respected as a leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Only him that my alliance or allegiance goes to him alone. My loyalty goes to him, not to any other person. It's not a family business. Biafra is a nation that everybody can fight to become one of the leaders of Biafra until Biafra come. So people should stop this whole the kind of family, this one and that. No. He is my leader. I am his disciple. And under this particular movement, I say that if Nigeria refuse to release him, they will pay dearly for the kidnap, and they are paying today. That is what leads to what is happening today, and we're not going back.
Okay, one more question from the comments before we go to the people in here. This one says that the Tinubu government is known for sharing rice. Does this movement support the people in Biafra land with palliatives to ease the suffering?
We support palliative, but it is not all about palliative. Palliative cannot solve any problem. But sometimes we do palliative to help the people, but it is not, we are not basing this agitation or liberation based on palliative, no. And right. People have come to understand that they needed the freedom more than any palliative. You know what they used to tell you in Nigeria in the past is that, you cannot stand against, the government designed this whole system so that people cannot rise up against it. When you rise up, they say, you don't have money, you don't have food to eat. We have been able to defeat that. Who can believe that Biafra will lock their shops? Nobody will believe. But today, they are doing it because they have come to understand the importance of freedom, that they need freedom more than anything. So it is not about palliative, but whether we do palliative, yes, we do.
All right. Henry, you're next.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, Prime Minister Simon. Yeah, let me go first on this. From the beginning, I supported Nnamdi Kanu, even though I'm not a Biafran. I support this movement because it was before it was talking about one Nigeria then. Before Nigeria turned against it, Nigeria was not favoring its people. Then it changed to be it changed to be to fight for Biafra. So it's unfortunate they went to kidnap him from here. They bring him back to Nigeria. My problem is, do you believe some of those people in the Igbo not against Nnamdi Kanu still being in prison now? because I see no reason why they keep him there, because there's no crime be committed. The government could not charge him to say this is your crime, prosecute him. They still put him there for how many years now? So what you don't think some of these Indian people, they are against him? You don't think this? And secondly, I will not be happy when I see people, they force people, some videos I see to sit at home. Those people who are beating, or I don't know what, I will not use that word here. Those who are aggressive to these people don't close their shop in Biafraland. Is it proper like that? Is it by force to close your shop, or you have to be free? They should be free to choose what they want to do. Is it not wrong to force people to close their shop? That's my question.
All right. So nobody is forcing anybody to close shop in Biafraland. Biafra are closing their shop willingly. And if you can also share the video of them responding to Soludo, not just the video of Nigeria agent trying to blackmail what we're doing. Share the video of the Biafra business people responding to Soludo. That is the video you should be addressing. Because there are many videos where people are telling Soludo, come and drag us out of our house now. Why are you not addressing that? That is the real Biafrans, not those that Nigeria hired in order to blackmail me, thinking that when they start beating people in the market, I'm going to run away. No, we know those games. You should be addressing when Biafrans are talking. Biafrans are those who were making video telling Soludo to come with a trailer of key to lock their shops. Those are Biafrans. They are sitting at home willingly because they understand the fight we're fighting. It's just like many of you understand the fight, but the only thing is that you are too little-livered to do what they are doing today. So when they are doing it, you are concerned. Why are you not worried about people that have killed in the other part of Nigeria? Why is Biafra more interesting to you when people are not actually getting killed? Even if those who come to blackmail us by hitting people with a stick and that, is that more cruel to the people that are getting killed in all over part of Nigeria? Why are you not worried about them? Or are they not Nigerians? There are people who give birth to IDP in IDP camp in Benue State, and their children are 19 years old now, living inside IDP state, which means they have been living in IDP camp for more than 19 years. And there is no plan of them going back to their ancestral land. This should be your concern, not Biafra people sitting at home.
No, sorry, Rudolph, sorry. Rudolph, sorry, please.
Rudolph, you are not talking. We cannot hear you.
If you have had a chance to ask a question, please don't come back into the studio. We want to make room for other people. So I keep removing people who come back again. And also, please make it one question. We don't have a lot of time. I speak the truth, honest.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So, hello, Rudolph. Hello, Simon. Simon, it's a two-part question, but it's going to be in one. You've told us about your plan for 40 states, but what I think you haven't been clear about and what you haven't really told us is which states presently will encompass this new nation that you envision, because while you said earlier on the show that it will be made up of a confederate group of states, will these states just be the 1967 Eastern region, like you referenced, or like Nnamdi Kanu said, expand to places as far as Kogi? Because if so, me playing devil's advocate, if I was a military strategist or a leader from the old Western region, and we've admittedly said, this will end on the negotiation table, I would be antsy that you are not only on my border in the event of a potential military skirmish, but that you will also control both sides of the River Niger. So where exactly in the geographical space being disputed today will make up Biafra? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you have been following the Biafra movement, but we have a defined map and we have a defined territory. So if you are confused about where is the Biafra territory today, I will urge you to visit the Biafra government website, where you have the current map of Biafra. that those maps were done by people, the indigenous people in those areas, not Simon Ekpa. So the people that made those maps are the people, the indigenous people of those lands. It is not by Simon Ekpa. So if you are disputing the map or you don't want to be part of Biafra, then you have a one vote. You have one vote to say, no, I don't want to be part of Biafra. And in a democratic system, it is always majority carries the vote. So like I said, and I have said to every other person, if you can bring somebody or of people or millions of people to outnumber 50 million so far, you win the vote.
Thank you. I speak the truth. Let's go to man of prestige.
Yeah, greeting everybody. And greeting to have you here, Simon Ekpa. Let me start with my statement to your question. I think it's an illusion for you to have this idea that Trump is going to come and liberate a Biafra. Trump is a neo-isolationist. He doesn't care about Africans. So let me just, I live in America, California, to be precisely. You are just writing on an illusion. That's not going to happen from Trump. He doesn't care about Africa. So that's one. But whatever your ideology to actualize Biafra, whether it's going to come to fruition or not, that's debatable. So I'm not here to contend on that. But my main focus is mayhem you are causing to the Southeast. I mean, how are you going to realize Biafra when you finish killing the Biafran people already? So what country are you going to have? That's my question.
You have not joined them. You have not been killed. So I think when you are gone, Biafra will come. And number one. Number two is that you are not part of Trump. You are not personal advisor to Trump. And I didn't say that Trump is going to give us Biafra. So don't come here and say something that is not right. Trump is the president of the United States. There are people that influences his foreign policies. These are the people I am engaging. The Department of State influences the Trump foreign policy. The Congress influences Trump policy. The CIA intelligence agencies influences foreign policy. These are the people I'm engaging. I'm not engaging Trump. Thank you.
Thank you, man of prestige. Let's go to Alwin Bond. I used to know your name. You changed your name.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Dr. Damages.
How are you?
Good evening to you. My Prime Minister, Ekpa. Good evening to you.
Greetings.
And I would like to say, may God continue to bless you. I am the Okene of Biafra because my mom is from Aba State. She's an Angwa woman. I would like to ask you this, my Prime Minister. Are you the first Prime Minister to organize or invoke a republic in exile? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am not the first Prime Minister of a government in exile, and there are many countries that have regained their independence or restored their independence or sovereign state through a government in exile. So the only thing is that what we are doing today is very different somehow, because a country like Nigeria needed a very drastic measures that we are using. And that's why we adopt this 4 different approach, which is the political approach, diplomatic approach, the armed struggle approach in the self-defense, and the civil disobedience approach. So we are fighting Nigeria from all angles. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's go to electricity.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Man. Good evening, Simon. Mine is just clarification. It's a follow-up to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's a follow-up to Okija question. You referenced 3 religions officially recognized in Biafra state. You live in Finland, and Finland's constitution guarantees freedom of religion and freedom of conscience. 0.4% have official membership. Is it the case that they will practice Islam in Biafra if it ever happens, but will not be officially recognized?
Okay, go ahead.
Or is it the case that Muslims will not be allowed in Biafra. Just clarification, please.
Thank you very much. We are going to sign into law the United Nations Treaty that protects every person, both religious person, both minority group. So those laws will be signed sent into law in our local law constitution, and it will be respected. So, but what I'm telling you is that the official religion remains Christianity, Jewish, and traditional religion. This is the official that we have in Biafra territory. And you go to Saudi Arabia today, you don't go there to question the laws while they are very hostile to some certain religion and all that. So we are going to have that in Biafraland, but we are going to respect international law, especially the UN Treaty on the protection of human rights. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Paul, you are next.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rudolph, good evening, sir. Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of Biafra. Thank you. And I greet everyone in the panel. I have two questions to ask you, the Prime Minister, and then I will ask it in one. The sit at home is only being done in 5 eastern of Nigeria, but as we are told, Biafra constitutes the eastern region. So the people from River State, the people from Delta, the people from Calabar, they are not doing sit at home. The people from Kogis, they are not doing sit at home. So I want to know why those people are not doing sit at home. Is it only Igbo people that is Biafra, or I mean, I want you to clarify that. And then the second question I want to ask you. I was listening to you. You made mention of the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazin Nandikano, is to call yourself his disciple. I want to know, wouldn't that be so disrespectful to him when he eventually come out tomorrow?
Say it again. I didn't hear you well.
Okay, I say you made mention that, like, I mean, that you are still loyal to him, that you are still his disciple.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, wouldn't that be so much disrespectful to him if he eventually comes tomorrow? And then, I mean, because like the government in Israel, I think, is quite different from the group he's leading. So I want you also to clarify me the difference between IPOB and the government in Israel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question. Is Mazin Nandikano agitating for a group or for a country?
Mazin Nandikano is agitating for the restoration of Biafra. Which
what am I agitating for?
You're also agitating for an sovereign independent state of Biafra.
So, and you think Mazin Nandikano will come out and be interested in agitating to restore IPOB as a group? Or
so, when Nandikano come out, who is going to be a leader?
It is not about who is going to be a leader. I think he's going to be very, very proud of how far we have gone, because his admiration and dream did not die. So, as a leader that he is, he already is coming with Biafra. I told people that Mazin Nandikano will come out in a historic way. Biafra will be, let me answer you. The restoration of Biafra will be declared and the document will be generated. Mazin Nandikano said severally, when he was being asked, when are you going to declare Biafra? He said, people of Biafra have not given him mandate. He was asked again by this Rudolph here that, when is he going to start engaging the United States? He responded, which the video I watched in the beginning of this program. He responded that the people have not sent him to go to the United States. Well, right, Rudolph, if I'm wrong, that was what he said here. So here today, the people of Biafra have given me mandate and given the Biafra government mandate, and he's part of it. So if he come and distance himself, that's a different thing. But for the fact that he's fighting for Biafra, and because of Biafra, he's being incarcerated, I believe he should be proud how far we have gone today within 2 years. Within 2 years, we have been to that America under the mandate of the Biafra people, 50 million people of Biafra given to us. Where for the past 8 years, or before he was granted that interview, I don't know which year was that, but at least he said that the Biafra people have not given him the mandate. And that was the early stage. So today, over 50 million has given us the mandate. And that's why we are engaging the United States officially. That's why we are having this convention officially. That's why dignitaries from around the world will come to Finland for this part. If you don't know that, you know it now. That are going to be dignitaries, they're going to be policymakers that will come to this convention, and it's going to be live. So everybody will see them and know who they are.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Ernest.
Yeah, greetings, Mr. Ekpa. Right. My thing here, let me just make clear before so that you know where I'm coming from and who I am. I am a full-fledged Igbo man. I'm from Anambra State. It kind of worries me when Biafran movement assumes that everybody that speaks Igbo, as an Igbo man, agrees with your ideology. First of all, I'd like you to understand, because even during the war, you are not born, young man. You weren't born. A lot of people that are crying out POB, don't know, they don't even understand the history, the background, what led to the Civil War, what led to the first coup. But then that is another. All I'm just going to appeal to you, with all due respect, is your policies and your utterances causing a lot of instability and insecurity. People, we have seen videos, and you're denying it that it's the zoo and all that blah 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 blah. Your directives are causing people to be attacked. When people refuse to abide by this sit down home and all that, they are being attacked, their businesses are being destroyed and all that. And you sit down there to tell me that they are not real IPOB. Let me just say to you,
can I respond to you, please?
I am not part of your IPOB shenanigans. What I'm for is for the Igbo people to be economically strong so that we will have a voice. And then we talk about whether we want to move or not telling people, talking about violence and all that. You know nothing about the military. You've got no military training. You've got no military training. You've got nobody. Listen, nobody voted you as a prime minister. Some group of people came together and gave you the title. The title of prime minister is inconsequential. The most important thing is release that young man that has been kidnapped, because your utterances is not helping out. These people are going to hold him, and they probably might kill him. Let's tell ourselves the truth, my brother.
You are asking
all I just wanted.
What is the question? What is the question?
My question is, when are you going to stop your directive and asking young men to go to their early graves? It is not right.
When you don't buy, because you know having book by your side does not make you educated.
It is not right, Mr. Ekpa. It is not right, with all due respect. You sit down there in Finland, you're directing them to go to their early grave. That is wrong.
You never buy now.
All right. Thank you, Ton. Kenny, you're next.
He come here with books as if he's educated. He's an idiot.
The Prime Minister of Biafralands. I greet you, my brother. Welcome here once again. Last time you were here, I asked strictly on your plans on how to secure our people, especially the lives and properties of the Biafran people. It was very marvelous. And I've seen the result of what the ESN under your leadership is doing on land. Thank you once again.
Biafra Liberation Army.
Yes, Biafra Liberation Army. Sorry. Mata Bieile. For coming today. And as we all have witnessed, some of our saboteurs, they are meeting their ancestors or their creators on their accord. Thank God, God is doing the wonders for us. And I will especially thank you for how you guys have deterred the IDP camp that they brought or they wanted to bring down to Imo State. Thank you. And again, I come with the same question, but in a different way today. Today we have army checkpoints in Biafraland. I think there was this YouTuber that went around counting army checkpoints in our land, and it's just so annoying to see this kind of thing going on in our land. And I saw a video where coal is being mined in one community in Enugu State, I think Udi area. My question to you is, what effort are you guys doing to making sure that our resources are being preserved? And especially that these good-for-nothing Nigerian army and police that are everywhere on our land, aiding kidnapping of our people, that they are being sent back to wherever they come from. Question is very, very important because it bleeds my heart if I see this thing going on in our lives. I believe in your ability to, get their senses back to where it's supposed to be. So please, my brother, I will want you guys, if you choose not to this question, that is fine, because I know you have your way of doing things. But I want to encourage you to continue your good work. Somebody asked a question, which I don't see that as a question. I see that as maybe he just woke up from sleep. That if you are not here, who takes over from you? And I answered from the comment section that the likes of Kene are in millions waiting to take over. But nothing will happen to you, my brother. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kene.
All right. Thank you very much, Kene. Well, I would say that the checkpoint, we continue to dismantle them. And it is not going to stop. We know it's going to take a long time. Like, Nigeria is a country with 3 trillion naira in defense. That is the country we are fighting. So trying to defend our people from this kidnapping and all that. So we will continue to engage them. Like I said, what we are into is called the war of attrition. And they know better what is war of attrition. And if they are ready for that, we are in for it. So it's going to take time. We are going to win this war. Nigeria can never win this time around. So those checkpoints will be dismantled. It's going to take time, but it will go. The only thing I say is that those who are coming to those checkpoints to enforce the disappearance of Biafrans, I don't know what they are going to do at the end of the day, where we are going to sit on the round table to discuss the partition of Biafra and Nigeria. What would they tell to the Indian more when they are there? That the reason why they fight for no reason. Because at the end of the day, Nigeria, as I'm talking to you today, Nigeria know they have lost this to Biafra. So, and after the December convention, we are going to start, enforcing the eviction of Nigeria interests within the Biafra territory. What are these interests? This thing you said now about the mining of the coal, this what you said about the exploitation of our natural resources. We'll engage them. And let me also tell you that in case they don't know, we are coming for tax collectors. You will never collect tax in the name of Nigeria. Very, very soon. So if you are a tax collector, resign, because you can never collect tax under Nigeria. We know this whole is going to take time, but we'll cripple Nigeria and make sure that not even a thing will be generated from Biafraland to Nigeria Post. That's our target. At the end of the day, we will sit in one table and discuss the partition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kene. Let's go to Miracle Kingsley. Thank you, Andrea. You're in the deck. So go on. Kingsley, can you hear me? All right. I don't think he can. So let's go to Ngozika. Ngozika, can you hear me? Kingsley, you have to unmute yourself if you can hear me. Okay, Kingsley can't figure that out. For now, let's go to iconography. You're next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I was going to about the timeline at first, but I think I should leave that first.
Speak up.
We keep hearing about the 50 million people that voted.
Okay.
And like that. So the 50 million people, and what I would like to ask is, can we, this thing to ask for now, will give credence to the numbers that are being called. Can we get some things that show how the election went? So an electoral map that shows the different areas where the votes came from that the 50 million votes came from, the spread of how the registration happened because I don't think you just allowed anybody to vote. It was that you confirmed who they were before they were eligible to vote. So the 50 million votes that you're talking about, where did they come from? How did they spread across the eastern region? Where are the people? Who are the people, or let me say, demographic of people that?
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I cannot.
The government officials will make that particular information public during the convention. But I tell you that we have everything documented, just as you see them voting on the videos we have released so far. Every county is voting. Every state have their voting and electoral officials, and don't have the names of those who voted. So everybody who participated in the voting has a name. So it is not just coming to ask where they vote and all that. Everything is well documented, and the voting is still ongoing as I speak. It will end on the 28th of this month. And during the convention, we are going to live stream the result of which we don't know yet how many at the end of the day. So everything will be made open in Finland. And if you doubt the result, you conduct your own.
Thank you. Thank you. NGOZI, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening to our guest. I do not have questions for him. I just want to make I want to refute something he said. Ms. Ekpa said that the people in Biafraland, that is the southeast, willingly lock their shops on Monday. That's a lie from the pit of hell. I live in the southeast. People are not locking their shops out of solidarity, Mr. Ekpa. They are doing it out of fear. If fear instilled by your people, stop lying. That is all I came to see.
Okay, I don't know who is lying. I am not there, but I have seen videos of people challenging Soludo that he should come and drag them out of houses. So you are just one person there who is a one Nigeria. So it's a normal thing for you to come here and talk. But we have seen videos of Biafrans that are business people who are actually closing their shops, and they are challenging the governor to come and drag them out. They even went ahead and told the governor that if he's coming to lock their shop, he should come with a trailer load of key. So are you more Biafran than them? Thank you. And of course, I'm not surprised that like you will come here with a Nigerian mentality when we are struggling to save you from the evil entity called Nigeria. You call it rubbish.
All right. Otakago, you're next. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Damages, and then good evening to Mr. Ekpa. My question is, I mean, somebody raised it earlier. So somebody asked you about previous promises that were made that have not been fulfilled. And you said that you've kept all your promises. But I want to draw two in particular to your attention. So about 2 years ago, you made a tweet asking for 50 people who donate $10,000 each. And then that if they do that, then within the next 6 months, we'll see Biafra. And it's been 2 years now. So I guess my question is more, is it that you've not gotten the 50 people, or they didn't donate, or that that promise has not been? Then you went ahead to also talk about a match between Biafra and Ambazonia that would happen soon. And it's been about 2 or 3 years. I haven't seen it yet also. So, I mean, clearly, if we follow this, it means that you've really not been keeping the promises that you've been talking about. And then going on to this war of attrition.
Can I address it before you make me
No,
forget?
let me finish. When I finish, then you have all the time to address me. Then this war of attrition talking about.
All right, Dr. Damage, let me address him. First of all, he talked about Ambazonia, the Biafra match, and I will put it to him that which one is more, more recognized thing between Biafra and Ambazonia when we have what we call Biafra and Ambazonia Helsinki Declaration in 2023 here in Finland, in Helsinki. Ambazonia and Biafra went into official signing of alliance, and it happened in Finland, and it is called Biafra Helsinki, Biafra Amazonia Helsinki Declaration 2023. So is it football that we did not play because of one reason or the other that is going to be going to discredit what I'm doing? And then also he talked about what is the other thing he said that did not happen? What is it again? Can somebody remind me? Because that's why I want them to put these questions after the other.
Yeah, I think he was talking about I don't know, coin, or I'm not sure. I was trying to control.
You see, that is the point. That is the point, because I want to address that as well. Yeah. But anyway, so the point is that every promise I have made, I have all fulfilled all of them, and even better.
I remember now. He talked about the money, that 10,000.
Okay. So I wanted to ask him a question. If he actually paid 10,000 to me, because that is only when he will have the legitimacy to ask and inquire about what I did with his 10,000. But if he did not pay me 10,000, I will not answer that because it is irrelevant.
Those who are in the studio, if you want to just find one question, one of the best questions you have, so that we don't have to remove you. Divine Ebube, you're next.
I think he was talking about.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Simon Ekpa Mazi. At the first time when all this was happening, I was not supporting Biafra, but at the time, I sat down and watched. I see that your work is fine. You are doing a great job. I must recommend you for it. And I believe that your work will be done. Biafra will come. I want to use this opportunity to tell you that we need to close every political party secretary in Biafraland. Because I believe in your work, I believe in your action. We need to close every political secretariat in Biafraland to show them that we don't want that their policies, that's their dirty policies, terrorist policies. We don't need it from land, and that will be okay for us before December 2nd, the creation of Biafra.
Thank you very much. Of course, it is part of the delegitimization of Nigeria that we are doing. So at a point, it is a step-by-step. So we are. You think that at this stage where we are now, that election is going to be holding, Nigeria will conduct election in Biafraland? It's not possible. We will give them chase at the end of the day. And there was a question somebody asked about sit at home. Why is sit at home is not in other part of Biafra? It is not only that is not in other part of Biafra. Also, the armed resistance is not yet open in other part of Biafra for a reason. The reason is one, the resource reason. Two is that we want to steal Biafra from a particular place. So, and the place we choose to start liberating Biafra is in the hinterland. So now, if you watch what is happening, we have actually almost liberated the Biafra from the hinterland. We have the Biafra government is completely in charge of the hinterland, and that's why the governors are crying. And so, if you follow what Sowore said just recently, you understand. Practically, the Southeast have actually left Nigeria. It's part of this particular.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask only one question. After the declaration of Biafra, what is next? How do you think this will be? Will this lead to war?
No, we're already at war. The only thing you'll be asking is that are we fighting? Are you not seeing that there's bombardment in Biafraland? There is a Tokuno jet bombing people, bombing villages. We're already at war. The only thing is that we are defending and resisting them. So it is going to continue like that. After the declaration of Biafra, what we intend to do is to use the document that we're going to generate from this convention to pursue the diplomatic and political means of the recognition of Biafra as an independent state. And it is going to be everything is going to be working together. We are pursuing the recognition of Biafra. We are also trying to evict and delegitimize Nigeria within Biafra territory. That's how this freedom is going to come. Thank you.
Victoria, welcome from California.
Thank you. Namokonkwa. On board. On board. On board. hear what I got to say? About 98% of whoever had come in this, oh please, my fellow panelists, you know I don't follow nothing, but I will hit around and get it. I look all of you. Other than Kene, nobody has said or asked, what do I do to get this done? Come on. The only thing I'm going to say is this. Take it as a question or anything. I told you, my prime minister, there is no name under the air qualifier here. I told you that. So, I'm saying, okay, Jirigawa Chineke no where Jirigawa Ekelem.
Thank you, Boria in California. Let's go to my difference also in California.
Yeah, Dr. Damages and Mazi Simon Ekpa, you know, I don't know about that Prime Minister of a thing. However, with no disrespect, how come the Monday sit at home, you know, that is ongoing in most part of the East, is not happening in your village in a Ebonyi State? And that's my question, please. Charity at home. Thank you.
Anybody that's told you that there's no sit at home in Ebonyi State, the person lying. And those propaganda doesn't move us again. The entire Southeast, as Nigeria call it, is under lockdown. No place that is not observing it. And just for you to know, from India.
All right. Thank you.
I'm only helping Biafrans to get their freedom. I'm from here. If that is gonna be enough.
Let's go to Becky. Becky, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damage, for giving me the opportunity to come to your studio. I'm here to honor His Excellency, our Honorable Prime Minister. What really triggered me to come up here, our Prime Minister, thank you for everything you are doing for us. God bless you. And you will live long and eat the fruits of your work. What really triggered me to come up is a question that somebody asked before and said, who are those 2 million? I come here to tell you that me and my entire community in all the Edo states, I am not an Igbo, but I am from Edo State, Edo Biafra. I am an Edo, I am born in, I'm a Biafra, but from old Edo State, which is now Eden State. Me and my entire community, we voted for the referendum of Biafra. A lot of kingsmen in the Edo, a lot of Enoge, they were very pleased. Even the time they were uploading picture, they sent their picture. Chiefs, they sent their picture for me to vote for them, for me to assist them for the voting for the Biafra referendum. I'm telling you that the entire old Edo State supports His Excellency for what he's doing for us, because he's here to give us that freedom we have been fighting for. We have been a slave in our own country. Do you know what it means for your mother to die of ordinary stomach ulcer in that contraption called Nigeria? Stomach ulcer is like an appendix here in Europe. I live in Germany. Stomach ulcer is just like an appendix, but in that contraption, that war zone called biological Nigeria. Sorry for that word. You said no insult here. I'm not insulting anybody, but that is what it is. You will go out in the morning. It's a war zone. When you go out in the morning from your house, you will not know if you will come back home. Do you know how many people have been kidnapped in my community Fulani killed in my community. So I see somebody that come out and fight for me and fight for the future of my unborn children. So you that is ask that question, shame on you. If you are from Igbo, if you are Igbo speaking Biafran, shame on you for not supporting our Prime Minister for the good work that he's doing. Because we we are proud of His Excellency. We are proud of what he's doing for us. We are proud for the fight he's fighting for us, for our people.
All right.
For that woman that is going out there with 3 months baby on your back, you will be inside the sun, you will be inside the rain, with everything that we have in that country, but everybody is suffering. Now you see somebody that come out to fight for you. Instead of you to support, you are there asking stupid questions. Thank you very much. My Excellency, my Honorable Prime Minister, I'm here today to say thank you. Thank you for fighting for me. Thank you for everything you are doing.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Becky. For those watching, please like and share so that more people can see this opportunity to have a conversation with Simon Ekpa. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're next. Michael, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening, everybody.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Your question.
My question is for Biafran Prime Minister, Mr. Simon Ekpa.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Michael. All right, let's skip Michael. I think he's... Michael, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right, we skip Michael. Let's go to Agolo. Nwa Henry. You're next.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Rudmanake. Okay. Good evening, my Prime Minister, His Excellency, Mazi Simon Ekpa. I called into the program not for any question, but a testimonial of what is going on and how it is. First of all, coming out is something. That's why I and Dr. Rudolph had a little off and on. I'm calling from the homeland and from Biafralands precisely, and I can tell you that it is testimony of what's going on. Before the arrival, for those of you, because most of you saying this, most of you based in America, you're based in the USA, you're based in Europe, you're not in the homeland. But I will tell you this for free today that EML, Edeji Benwe, and that thing is what I'm here to tell you. Understand? Before the emergence of PM, we know how the zoo, then we know how here has been. We know how the zoo has been. And since the existence of PM, who can testify how the zoo has been, which is of good. I'll use the answers as an example because most of you may not experience answers, but you heard and watch of it. Now, what answers? Military and a young boy in a white Hilux, in a white Lexus. Now that caused answers, and during answer protest, which is a civil demonstration, youths were gone down. You understand? And up to today, justice for them is of nowhere. All these things are happening in the homeland. We know how youths are going down on a daily basis. And now that Prime Minister has emerged, I can tell you this for free that of this axis is very cool. Of this axis is very cool, not like before anymore. And kudos to him and his team and what he's doing. Kudos to the Biafran army. I'm going to say that because I am calling direct from the homeland, and I'll tell you that we are feeling it. We know how everything is. We know how bad it is. We know how everything from checkpoint to checkpoint. I will tell you for free, when I and my friend were driving just for nothing, we were, like, should I call it, because that thing is an illegal kidnap. It's not, it's an illegal arrest. That thing is something else. We are taken from one ISO to another to Upo division, where we were collected money for free for something we do not do. For a
All right.
crown, that's Nigeria for you. So whatever our prime minister is doing, kudos to him and every other Igbo person or every other reasonable person. You can see North, for example. The North has gone. Here where we are, the North are coming out from the North to this side, the young ones. I was to interview one of them. I asked what brought you to this side. He said the parents asked him to leave, that the elderly ones are asking the young ones to leave. And I asked him why, and I already I know why, but I'm asking him to confirm what's going on. It now seems that they are running out. This means that the Boko Haram have taken out the North, and the youth cannot stand it anymore. The older ones are asking them to leave, and truly they are away in our own ground. We are standing firm, and I want to tell each and every of us to support His Excellency now, because now we have the key. I don't know, after saying this now, I don't know how it's going to be, but now we have the key. We have the key now. Support him financially and every support that he needs. Let's push this now for human betterment. Kudos.
All right, thank you, Ago. Let's go to Tobias. Please, your question, sir. We are running out of time. He has spent over 2 hours. We agreed on 2 hours. So just go straight to your question. Tobias, you're next.
Yeah, Dr. Damage, good evening. Good evening, Prime Minister Simon Ekpa.
Greetings.
Yeah, I just have few questions to ask. Because,
no, one question. Why few? One question, please.
Okay, just one question.
Yeah, just find the best.
Okay, Mr. Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister, is actually doing a good job. Attention is coming to the East. And definitely with the level of things and the way things are going, we're going to see resistance. What will happen if it gets to the level where our people are being attacked outside East? And what will happen if this attack is being brought to the East to attack the people? How are you forming our defense for the people at home?
The defense is a security issue that I will not defend. I will not explain here, but we are ready to defend our people. And let me tell you, the war is actually happening already. You can see that the killing of our people outside Biafraland did not start today. It was what led to the war in the 60s. And after election in last year, our people were killed in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria. So it is not a new thing to us. The only thing I will advise our people outside Nigeria, outside the Biafra land, is to know how to defend themselves when the time comes. But you see, Biafra land, I will seal it. Anybody that crosses there will never leave when the time comes. I'm telling you the fact. Biafra will seal Biafra land, and let me just keep it here. But yes, we're already in that war with them, and we will defend our land to the last drop of our blood.
No. No, Tobias, we can't get equal questions. Let's go to Emma. Emma, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, Mazi. I am in U.S. Army for 10 years now. So I'm from Anambra State, live in California. I have been seeing things happening in Biafra land, like Fulani terrorists, how they invade the farm and all the atrocities they are doing. So based on like let's say 5 Eastern governors, I believe that the reason why most of them, like people like Soludo, people are not paying too much attention to him, is because they are failing the people. They are not delivering according to their promises. So now I feel like what will make our people not to be divided but to come together and support you so much would be if you find a means to provide some level of great values in times of, and I believe it's so easy. For instance, if the diaspora, they contribute, let's say, $10, $500, $1,000, we raise such a money, build a technical, technological school in terms of, I know that no kind of well. So, but there are other things besides Elwell in terms of technologies, because I want to use Israel as an example. Israel today, because they are highly technological, highly scientific, and they build their own people in terms of education, in terms of technology, with the back of US. They are a small nation in Middle East, but they are dismantling every challenge on their path, including Iran and everything. So I am looking at the war of, let's say now, I know that the war of attribution, just as you said, is good, is great, because the terrorists, they want to Islamize Nigeria, that one's for sure, and they are doing all kinds of atrocities. So now, if there is a way, since our people are suffering, if there's a way for diaspora to contribute money, like, maybe in terms of agriculture, scientifically raise a kind of a support.
All right, Emma, can you round up, please?
Okay. So my question, in rounding up, that's my own suggestion. If there's a way to help people back home economically, and also.
No, also. Thank you, Emma.
All right. Thank you very much. Your idea is very, very good and very nice and sounds so lovely when you are in it. But unfortunately, it is not possible under Nigeria. That's why we have to do everything to get our freedom, create ourselves. And then this kind of idea you are talking now is why we are fighting what we are fighting, because it can never happen under Nigeria. Nigeria can never give you the atmosphere, the opportunity to create this kind of ideas and life that will help you to develop innovatively and to compete among nations. It is not possible. And why is it not possible? It is not possible because Nigeria have only one agenda for this whole 100 years of Nigeria. The only agenda they have is to Islamize Nigeria. And then they will begin to do whatever they want to do. So the issue of this particular, building, and if you, in case you don't know, Nigeria have a center to eradicate this thing you are saying now, and they call it a center for eradication of innovation and embracing Sunai. I don't know whether you are aware of that. Are you aware that they have a center to eradicate innovation? Google it now. Google Center to Eradicate Innovation in Nigeria. You're going to see them. They have it in Yoruba land. So you see that the ideology, the idea is not really, it is not compatible. Now you are bringing idea of developing, building something, some kind of technical center or scientist center or innovation center. While Nigeria Constitution under Islamic law, they have a center to eradicate it. So you see, it is not working. And this is what we are shouting about. So many people know this, but those of us who know, that's why we stand on our ground that thing that is going to happen tomorrow, let it happen today. But our people must be liberated. And we have the template to get Biafra out of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ma. Let's go to Samuel Nande here next.
Dr. Damages, I believe that history will remember you. And thank you for hosting interactive conversation among brethren. Thank you very much, sir. And I want to say a very big thank you to Mazi, Simon Ekpa. Thank you for this. I will be very direct to the point. I have just one question, like Dr. Damages has limited everyone to. In Igbo land, they say Igbo Heze. That's one thing they say. They say Igbo Adihanotu. But I love Mazi Dekano in the sense that he was able to bring some kind of unity among Igbos. And he was able to promote the fact that that's a lie in the Igbo Heze. And that leads me to my question. This is my question, Mazi. I got to know you through Nnamdi Kanu, or I should say you came to notoriety through Nnamdi Kanu. And the thing about Nnamdi Kanu is that he has great respect for Ojukwu, for example, and from some people. But while you were speaking, while you were delivering your speech, you made a comment that you might not be inclined to listen to Nnamdi Kanu because he is incarcerated, which is true, which I believe on that comment. But you made the second comment, which is what I want you to clarify, that if Nnamdi Kanu is free, he has to come to Finland before you can sit down and listen to him. Sounded, with all due respect, a little bit out of place because if you had said that you guys will meet at a central place, United States, somewhere, just somewhere central, that would have sounded a little bit like someone who almost did there ahead of him. But to say that Nogademi is in Finland, there are many Igbo people that will not go well to their hearing. How do you clarify that? I want you to clarify that. That's my question.
All right, thank you very much. Never understand. And it is not everything I will explain here for you. And I'm not here to entice everybody with my speeches. Take those that are good, that I have made, and remove those that you feel are not good. Take the good part of me and throw away the bad part of me. But the reason I made that meant those who are in the spirit will understand me. And I'm not making it for people to love me, but that is a fact. We are fighting a demonic state, a state that is ready to destroy anything and anyone in order to maintain the status quo. So what I'm saying, and I know why I said this question, and I cannot explain it here for you to be happy with me. But if there are other things I'm doing that you're happy with, I believe that should be well with you. But one thing you should also know is that what you don't know is bigger than you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Uchechukwu Nwa Jesus.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, my Prime Minister.
Greetings.
I salute you. Oh God, I salute you. I'm saying that I am in the homeland. Somebody asked, what about that? How many people? How do you know people that voted? The people, I participated in the organizing people to vote. The people that voted, they have name, they have their home, they have their villages, and everything. And a lot of people are willing today. People are rushing to vote. So any person that is asking question is making a mistake. And if you stay in London, you will only know about London. You don't know what we that are here are passing through. So my question now is, my Prime Minister, it was since 2021 we got to know each other. Even if you check your mail, you will still see my mails to you. And we have been following this together while I was in Lagos and all the other places. The question is now, we are going to declare on the 2nd, we that are on the ground, where and how are we going to lift our flags so that people will know that something has happened here? So that those people who are there thinking that nothing is happening will know that we are actually on the ground. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much for that. And it is good. I was actually expecting that everybody that is going to come here will be Damages group, you know. So I was surprised to see people that are part of what we're doing. Honestly, I was not expecting anybody to come here, you know, to support or confirm what I'm saying. But I was just expecting that this is a platform for one Nigerianist. This is a platform for people who have a different ideas from what we're doing. So, but it's good to see some of you here. And I would like that we can have this particular discussion again after today. So Rudolph, take note of that. because it is very imperative that as we approach all these people that have issues with me or with Biafra, they should come. And they don't need to believe me, but at least they will hear my part of the story instead of hearing from the third party and all this hearsay and all that. So, yes, the Biafra government in the homeland, which is called the de facto government, will be communicated. The entire leadership of the government, of the state government, will be communicated on what to do and how to do that. So those who are part of the government will be informed and communicated on what to do and when and how. So those instructions will come from the internal memo. Thank you.
Bless you.
All right, thank you so much.
Rudolph, you mute yourself.
Thank you, Uchechuku. Let's hear from Prince Sike.
Mr. Rudolph, I thank you for hosting our Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister, I want to say I appreciate you for standing before the world to clarify some things that one Nigerian have been trying to make people not to understand. I just came online because of one thing. One of the things that made me to come online was when somebody was asking you who voted you. So I came in here to let everybody know that we the Biafrans voted you as the minister. So you are our Prime Minister, and that is the job you are doing. So once again, I want to appreciate you, but I will also end it with a question for the whole world to hear. There is one thing you always say when you started. You always told us that you know when Biafra will come. And this thing always a kind of, I believe a lot of people don't understand. But right now, the whole world can see that Biafra is here. We want to appreciate you, Prime Minister, and we say may the good Lord continue to keep you. Thank you so much. We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me also make some comment based on what you said. And yes, I just want to inform Biafrans that my Prime Minister of Biafra today is going to be, this government will be dissolved. Immediately we start getting recognition from the international community. And then we'll start the preparation for the transitional government. That is the reason we have the different functional. The structure is already in place. So as soon as the recognition start coming from the United States, every other person follows. The United Nations follows. And that will start the preparation for transitional government. So those people that are putting their coat in a very high places like NGOZI or Konje, all of them, they'll also be running, and that's when they will know that they are Biafra people. But of course, everybody will put their hands on the deck for all have the desired nation to have all fought for. So as soon as that happens, the government in exile will be dissolved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince CK. Dr. Chidi, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. How are you, Simon?
I'm very good.
You blocked me. I'm glad we found the opportunity to talk one-on-one.
I blocked you because you were calling Finland.
This is my time now.
As you can
Dr.
see,
Rudolph, I guess you knew all these things. If I'm on your show, so I expect you to moderate very well.
So we try to, the guest is the guest. So he's the guest for today. So go ahead.
That's just what I'm asking. So when talking, you should let me talk. And then when he's talking, I'll let him talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So you blocked me when I was asking you about the people that told me that you duped them. But that's a story for another day. I'm glad that we have this opportunity to talk to each other one-on-one. The most painful thing about this madness of yours is just the life
Rudolph, if he's here to ask question, He can ask
The
questions.
life that I'm
Not address me as madness of yours, please.
You're
Let
a
him
crazy
ask
man.
you.
The only thing is the
However,
lives that you're losing, the lives that are lost as a result of your actions. That is what is bothering me. Cause for Ebonyi people, your brothers and sisters of Ebonyi state in particular, who are murdered here now and then, and other
Murdered by who?
young
Murdered by
boys.
who?
My friend, let me finish talking now. This is your
You
madness.
shouldn't be
Let me
addressing me like
finish.
that.
Stupid man.
If it's not here to ask
One day,
Doctor,
All right.
Dr. Che, they have to talk respectfully, please.
Yeah.
They are not here to fight, please.
Hold on. Who is speaking? Please don't speak. I'm the one running.
This case is talking.
No, it's not
Let him. He should be cultured now. Why would he be talking to someone like that?
You know how many people that are killed because of what this stupid man is doing. All this
all right.
You know it.
Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof of that?
You don't have
Do you have any
evidence?
Down there in Finland.
Shut up your mouth. Don't accuse anybody for what you don't know.
All right. I'm sorry, guys. This is not good. I don't entertain people who are not moderating, trying to help the moderator. We have a guest and we want to respect our guest, whatever you think about him. And there are some languages we don't encourage. You can ask your question, any question you want. But you don't have to use words like stupid, and it's not acceptable. I know that in the past, so I will bring back Chidi, but I will make sure Chidi make sure that just give us your question, whatever question. Don't use, people should not use those kind of languages. But before I bring back Chidi, let me go to Annie Zubike. You're next.
Dr. Grievous, sir. My PM, Obato.
You're not talking, or it's muted.
Yeah, Annie, will you?
Dr. Grievous, sir.
Okay.
My PM, Grievous, sir. I salute you.
Waiting.
I from homeland, Ebonyi State. Oshago precisely, Umuzakambo. First, I hear what you are doing, and we are appreciating you very well. Don't mind whatever they say. We people in homeland know what is going on. Forget those who are in abroad who don't know what is going on in our homeland. We people in homeland who know what is going on. Forget whatever they know, whatever they talk rubbish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Annie, thank you so much. Let's go to Revolution. You're next.
Yes, I don't know if you hear me, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, good evening one more time, and Samuel Ekpa, well done, sir.
Greetings.
You can see the underlining of my name, Revolution. I always support anybody who is trying to help Nigeria, because that country has been brought to nonsense. People are just fooling themselves. And I want to say I'll be in Finland on the 2nd of December. I live in Sweden here. So anybody supporting anything that will bring sun in that country, I'm behind you, and you can see.
Great.
You can look at it very well. It's not just talking. So I was just listening, but today you have cleared so many things. I know some people saying sit at home is causing this and that, but there's no freedom without bloodshed.
Yes.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Revolution. I'll go back to Chidi. So Chidi, Dr. Chidi, please go straight to your question.
My brother, the reason why I came on is because I don't even know, out of respect for you, Rudolph, because I invited Simon to my platform. We had an interview, But when all these things, when things started going south, and I'm going to try to control my language out of respect for your platform. But when he derailed, as I think he did, we never got an opportunity to have to address him. So all I'll say in a few seconds is that I feel sorry for what the struggle has come to and what I believe he has made the struggle. And I just pray that one day we will all wake up and nightmare of Simon Ekpa will be over. I just plead for Biafrans to just be. It's a very sorrowful thing. It's a very mournful thing with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in prison, a lot of our people dying every day. I'm just hoping that one day all this will be sorted out and this madness will be over. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, let me also address what he said and make a comment. I hope that one day when Biafra has been restored and recognized through this my madness, you will come and we'll sort our differences differently in Biafra court. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazi Simon. Let's go to rounding up now. Eze, thank God, you're next.
And just a last one. He said something that so that this nightmare will end. And indeed, that is actually the exact word to describe what I'm doing to Nigeria. I'm the Nigerian nightmare, the terrorist Nigerian. So he actually said the right word. So that's all.
All right. Thank you. So is it thank God you're next?
Good evening, my peer Simon Ekpa. Good evening, the co-hosts, all of you inside here. I greet everyone. Honestly, I came in to appreciate the good work my PM is doing. I am here in the hinterland of Biafra. I hear someone saying that Boy State is not is not sitting at home. That is lie. We are sitting at home here every Monday and every other day. As occasion Warat sit at home, sit at home. It is only a foolish man that we say that Nnamdi Kanu has not tried or is not working for him or is not working for his freedom or cannot be aggressive seeing Nnamdi Kanu being kidnapped and detained illegally. Even the prominent, even the politicians, we know what they are doing us here. We know how much we are buying fuel now, 1,200 naira. Go to, even pure water now is, one sachet of pure water is 15 naira. 300 naira. We know the hardship we are in here. We know what Nigerian government has cost all of us here. So whoever is talking otherwise is an agent. For me, is an agent to Nigerian government. Is a even the politician advocating for Nnamdi Kanu release. Even as we see them as wicked as they are advocating for Nnamdi Kanu's release. So what about we that we feel that we have been marginalized? Those politicians who does not want us to. Because one politician like this will be packing money. You will see him with how many kilo, with how many convoy. But you are not seeing, even you are not feeding even a meal in the day. What are you just even saying here? I appreciate the hard work of our Prime Minister and the Biafra Republic government in exile. And we will look forward to the declaration of the restoration of Biafra, 2nd December, because the suffering is too much. But they release Nnamdi. Why are they holding him there? But they release Nnamdi, and so that everybody, if it is to divide the country, divide the country. If the country is too big for one man to rule, divide it. Let everybody go and solve your whole problem in his own region. What are they even talking, sir?
Thank you.
We here is very aggressive. I just came in to thank Prime Minister, the government, our Republic government in exile. Kudos to them. Let them carry on, because the suffering is too much. We want to release Nnamdi Kanu.
All right.
What are we going to market to do on Monday if Nnamdi Kanu is there, and then Nnamdi Kanu is soliciting for our freedom? And we know the marginality they are in. How many people are killed in there?
Thank you. I'm sorry. We have to cut you short. We appreciate it.
All right, let me just comment on that. Thank you very much. And one thing everybody should understand is that Nigeria government have this kind of pattern of or system of propaganda that never worked. Even during Nnamdi Kanu, they will tell you, Abia State is not doing this. He is from Abia State, and there's not going on in Abia State. Only try to demoralize people using this propaganda. The same thing now, Ebonyi State. These are the people who say, I'm not an Igbo person. They will come to tell you, Ebonyi State is not sitting at home. But look at people from Ebonyi State telling you the way it is. Because they want to use that propaganda. Ebonyi is not observing it. The same thing they did to Nnamdi Kanu. Abia State is not observing it. Abia State is not doing this. So those kind of propaganda does not move us anymore. Thank you.
Mazi, do you want to continue or take a break? Because we have about 5 more people and then we round up.
Okay, just we can have maybe 2 minutes break.
Okay, all right.
And you see that I have added 15 minutes to you.
Yeah, I know. You did very well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have another meeting. I have a meeting I have to attend, but I will stay here till 3 hours, 10 minutes.
Okay, all right.
I have like 20 minutes to go.
Okay, so let's take a break, and then when we come back, we will finish up with people who are currently in the studio. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate all of you.
Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo mmanwu olaga do ni biazugo akwa nwa wilo ji o biko rapuzuru kona bazia onyo mazuru biko abamba watara dasari ibya unyane gwana mo laga do ni biazugo mo laga do ni biazugo abamba wilo ji o biko rapuzuru kona bazia Mazi welcome Odokwere Zinenka Onyomani Gadelemo Mazi ni Mazi Ibu go with melody Olga doni nazaboy. Mola gadoni biasuko. Avamba wilo chilo. Biko rapuzoro. Anabazi. Ice. Otabu kenano bikichuko. Ama kwa mnika kugodia. Oligwe kwelona. Ikeja mabele bege. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kede. Amandinso. Chukalumo ikechuku negaje. Esi wanne mekenene. Ela polifeni ni neme webia. Kago silina nina kibu wanne wisdom megade. Kanyegi maiki koko banya beku. Isili maxi obule tiregwa. Malokwa malo ni mego mi fojo. Wesigi wanne mi foku ni cholo nangeme. Wisdom onume kenege. Mama wiyo yo biko lavo. Nabasia. Zoro, 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 Deduru joy na bugwa Sokoto ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to our special conversation with Mazi Simon Ekpa, who is the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in Exile. So we want to conclude with giving the people in the studio an opportunity to ask their question. So if you're in the studio, turn on your camera, otherwise we'll remove you. So let me go to you, Samuel Namdi. Go ahead.
Dr. Damages, thank you very much again. And the over 4,000 people viewing us, please, if you have not subscribed to Dr. Damages' page, do that. Let's support our brother, for hosting this interactive session. Mazi, Biko Barum, I wanted to come back with a quick rebuttal, because I believe that before Biafran Orientation Agency takes root, you represent that agency. And you cannot, I do think it is wise answering question, pandering only to your base, because those who are not in your base might be larger than your base. So when I ask the question of a legitimate Igbo culture and honor system, and I said, Nnamdi Kanu ga-abịa kwute gị na Finland, maka na nnukwu anaghị agakwa obere, isi na manọhọ in the spirit. Now that answer didn't really give me the clarity I want, and that's why I'm bringing this rebuttal. I even suggested in my question that there could be a central place where you people will meet. I'm not the only one with this ideology. I believe there are many people. Biafra, by the way, exists both in ideology and in actuality. So how do you appeal to people with different ideology as your orientation agency? Get us involved, because there were many people, like I said, I didn't know you, if not for Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu promoted you, Nnamdi Kanu blew your trumpet. So if you have popularity today, it's in Nnamdi Kanu. How can you now say that he will come to Finland and meet you? That's not Igbo culture.
Okay.
That's not the principle.
All right. If you are asking me a question about what I'm doing to restore Biafra and how I'm going to do it, and I did not answer you and address you, then you should be concerned that you want to know how I want to get your freedom. But here you are asking me a question about personal things, about individuals, a person who were leading the struggle before he was kidnapped. And I told you that this borders on security. And I don't expect me to come here and start telling you why I want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come to Finland. It borders on, it is the same reason I said I am not going to take instruction from him, from the DSS. The same reason is the reason I said he must come to Finland to meet me. And he understands. If he hear this, I said, why I said it. So you don't expect me to come here and start elaborating the reason why I said he must come to Finland. It borders on security and his own security as well. The reason I say it does not mean that I'm disrespecting him or that I'm looking down on him as a leader or anything. No, it has to do with the interest of the struggle. It has to do with his own security and his own life as well. So with such a statement, like I'm not going to take order from him in it is the same reason why I will not take order from him in DSS. It's the same reason I want him to come to Finland before I can listen to him. Because you don't expect me to start listening to him while he is Nigeria, where they'll be pointing gun at him and say, go and talk to Simon Ekpa, and then he will be telling you, look, I'm a free man, you must stop Biafra. You're expecting that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out today and they tell him, go and say, Simon Ekpa, stop. And then he come and say he's not in Afaruku, I should stop. And you think that it's going to be the same thing when he come out of Nigeria? The answer is no. So I'm not going to start elaborating this. Like I said, people who understand me when I said I will not take order from him in DSS custody, they understand why I say he must come to Finland.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Adeniyi, you're next.
Yeah. Good evening, all. I just want to welcome Simon for the first time. I'm a retired army, and Rudolph, I've been talking to Rudolph for some time, so I'm aware of the program that is running. Now, I want to ask a question, Simon. I'm a Yoruba man, and we all know what is happening in the country. And I believe in one night, I have served in the military, the armed forces for the country. I have a lot of things from the east, from the north, from all over the country. So I want a better Nigeria. Now, what I want to ask you is this, Simon. If today we have a better system of government, are you hearing me? A better system of government that is taking care of both the people and the security of the people across the country, are you going to change your mind about Biafra? Because the problem in the country, let me just finish, because the problem in the country today is just bad governance. If we have a better system of governance that make institutions to work at government level, where the basics amenities, basic services are provided to the people, education, healthcare, affordable foodstuff, good living condition, where all those basics are provided, and at the center, people are well represented across the country, so that nobody will talk of marginalization. Are you going to change your mind about Biafra?
No.
Why?
Right,
because Biafra is looking for a better government.
Yeah, let me explain to you. Because,
okay.
this thing you are saying is not possible under Nigeria structure. Even if, are you a Christian or Muslim?
I'm a Christian.
Even if you bring Jesus Christ to come and govern Nigeria, he can never change anything. Even as Jesus Christ was born, he was crucified and killed by people. Now, Nigeria was not structured to provide these things and this leadership we are talking about. And that is the problem of many of you, because if you understand the problem of Nigeria, you will be in the forefront like Sunday Bahur fighting for the liberation of the Yoruba people. But because you do not understand that, that's why you are here to tell me if this work, if this happened, if this, where are you going to start?
Okay, let me just answer you. Because me, I've gone too far a lot in the country, and I've been trained to the highest level administration in the country as a retired senior army officer. I looked at the problem of the country and I decided to come up with a new constitution for Nigeria. I don't know if you can see a copy here. I came up with a constitution that takes care of all the tribes, all the what call it, all the groups in Nigeria.
If you are going to ever go, is don't have your ID card though.
If what?
Don't ever go to Southeast with your ID card if you are in Nigeria army. Or
no, I know there's problem in the Southeast now. We are trying to.
I'm just advising you as person.
I understand you. We are trying to solve problems now. You know one thing, Simon. When we got independence, we had problem in Nigeria when we were running parliamentary system. And how did the problem happen? The problem happened in the western part of the country. Today, if any group or any region decide to secede from Nigeria, and you don't have the right system of government, the same problem we are facing in Nigeria today, we will face it in any of the regions.
Okay, so you believe the problem of Nigeria is in the constitution?
Of course, that's why I have to write the new constitution.
But that is not true.
Let me explain.
No, Adeni, we have less than 10 minutes, and there are 3 more people left. So
let me address him because his argument is based on the constitution that once he presents this constitution, Nigeria will work. Now let me address him. The problem of Nigeria is not constitution. And when I listen to people talking about 1999 constitution as a problem, I just laugh at them. The 1999 has a provision where they recognize a lot of rights. So have they respected that? The provisions for Nigerians that are protected under this constitution of 1999, have they respected that?
That's what I'm saying now. There are a lot of loopholes.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Why are you bringing another constitution where they have not respected the one they have?
That I'm saying, if the one that bringing is respected and it is practiced, it will cater for all the regions.
That's what I'm telling you. Let them respect the one they have first, which they have not respected. So what do you think?
That one cannot work. I'm not in support of 1999 constitution. It has a lot of.
But it is working to some extent. It is working on this exclusive.
No, working for to the airlines. The airlines exploiting their loopholes to do things for their benefit.
That's what I'm saying. That if
if you and I, yes, if you and I together now fight the loopholes, are able to block those loopholes and come with the right of the country will move on. Because if you go Biafra now and I go OGOJA, and at the end of the day, we don't have the right constitution for our various groups to be fighting each other.
No,
you understand me?
That is the point, because the Nigeria problem is not in the constitution. It is an ideological, listen, let me tell you now, it's a historical, ideological, and just problem. So, and this cannot be solved under the current mentality that Nigeria has for many decades. It's a historic problem. So as you are now as a military personnel, you know how you serve Nigeria, and then you compare it to the people in your status that are from the northern Nigeria. Which rank did you attain before you retired?
I think it was a colonel, but if you want me
let's say he was a colonel. Now I will ask him, did he think that if he is from the northern Nigeria and have probably the kind of education he has acquired under Nigerian military, he will retire as a colonel? Is a question.
You see, if there are a lot of things happening.
Just yes, it is possible, or no, it is not. As you are now a Yoruba man, you serve army and retire as a colonel. And before retirement, you have acquired a lot of education, including training. So I'm asking you now, you are from northern Nigeria. Would you retire with your experience and education? Would you retire as a colonel?
Of course, there are a lot of people of my status.
You are not
that have left as lieutenant colonel, that I even left as majors. You see, let us not bring sentiment to this thing.
But that is the problem.
Yes, you know, there are some people from my side who left as major general, my colleagues too.
You have not answered my question. My question is,
I've answered you. I said the standard after you have reached the rank of it is politics now this time around and law.
But that is the point.
Yes.
And do you know that it is the same thing in the educational system? That is what we call the quota system in Nigeria. So how do you address that? And how do you think that the northern Nigeria are going to agree to the quota system? Now, the president is from your own tribe, and they are trying to bring a tax bill. Do you know the people that are rejecting the tax bill? There is no single governor from the southern Nigeria. Only the northern Nigeria governors have rejected the bill, and they have dropped it. So how do you fix a system like that? You see, it is no point wasting your time, your resources, your energy, and your life trying to save a failing marriage. And this marriage is not marriage. It was a marriage that was forced by the barons of the gun. So now we are saying we are not ready to try again. I'm ready to bring everything down. As you are looking at me, I am ready to burn down Nigeria for the interest and the life of my people. And if I have the opportunity today, I will order the burning down from Aso Rock, because that's where the killings of my people are being planned. I will bring it down. And the luck they have is that I don't have a nuclear weapon or a ballistic missile yet. But if I have it, I will start from Aso Rock, because that is where the terrorism against my people are being planned. Once Aso Rock is down, everybody will rest. I will discuss the peace.
All right, Denny, another chance to have this conversation. So please let me go to other people because he has to go. I want them to be able to say something. Chief Chukwemeka, you are next.
Yes. Good evening, gentlemen. Yeah. I greet you. Biafra, your days belong. Yeah, I came off because I've been listening to some commentary by people, and then I know that today the zoo of Nigeria is over 60 years, and they've been trying for more than 60 years. They never got better. Instead, they get worse, and now they are worse than worst. Now, before we used to hear that the full at 40 there, and most of the people in that country, they have been, fools at more than 40 years. Now, I'll tell you, some politicians, they come to complain about the activities of the Biafran government. They complain about the sit at home.
Chief, we can't hear you. We can't hear you well. If you have a question, just go straight to your question.
Yes. What I want to ask first, I want to commend the Prime Minister and his cabinet for what they have been doing for the Biafran people. Yes, and I want to tell him to keep it up. That Biafrans are solidly in support of the Prime Minister and the cabinet and the entire Biafra government. And I want to tell him that the sit at home is not as worst as the economic terrorism that the government of Nigeria is meted on the people, where they cannot, afford to even have ordinary a square meal. It's not difficult. People that own cars in that country, we can no longer drive our cars because you can't afford fuel. You now walk a long distance to wherever you want to go. I now bought a bike to be able to navigate my way because terrorism economically is no longer bearable. So the solution is liberation, and we support.
Chukwemeka, we have to leave it at that. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to one for Biafra. One for Biafra, go ahead.
All right.
Rudolph, we cannot hear you. So
one for Biafra.
You have the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, no, one for Biafra, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go straight to your questions.
Yeah. So now, what I want to say is that I pity the likes of Dr. Chid and the others. Now, if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu's last broadcast before he was kidnapped, you will understand that he prophesied about his departure and the coming of Zagoreba. Go and listen it very, very well and understand the facts that he knows everything that is going to happen. Therefore, I have no too much. That's exactly the point I want to bring out to those who are asking useless questions here. So go and listen and hear Nnamdi Kanu prophesy about his departure and the coming of Simon Ekpa. And that's all about it. So I congratulate you, my PM. We are waiting for December 2nd, and God will make it a reality. God will make it a success. Thank you, Biafra, Prime Minister. Thank you. This is my first time of talking to you first one-on-one. God bless you. We are supporting you. We are behind you. We are behind you. And
thank you very much.
Come 2nd December, everything is going to come to reality. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Now the final person is Jeffrey Azuka. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Damages, and good evening, Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. This is my first time of actually getting to any platform to ask you questions, even though I've tried to get on your space multiple times to ask questions. Well, my question would be, first of all, I would say there's a statement or a saying that what authority does a man have to tell another man what to do or impose to another man what to do outside of a contract or an agreement? So I have gone through the Biafra charter and tried to read through it multiple times over and over again, and I've seen a lot of information which is really good. I can say it's almost similar to that of the American what they say constitution, like they have the First Amendment and all that. But the only thing is, when they defined that document, it did say it's a memorandum and other words, like one of which it says it's a contract. So like I said before, outside of a contract, crime, there is no, outside of a contract or whatever, there is no crime. So what I'm saying is that document, is that the full disclosure of someone who's saying, oh, they're support? Because I'm a Biafran, I wouldn't say, and I support 100% everything you're doing. Nigeria, they've messed up so much that, like you say, if you have what they call it, the nuclear weapon, I'll be the first person to help you press that button to destroy Aso Rock and everything. So my question is, are we being given full disclosure to say that document, that preamble of the Biafran Charter is going to be held to high esteem, knowing that they say a man's home is his castle? So what are the plans that are being put to make sure that those written words that are in there are not being violated by maybe the new government who will be coming in and all that? And then my last question would be,
one question only, please.
Okay, so what is the punishment for people who make false claim about other people? Just like some other guy came up moments ago and said, oh, he got report that you scam people. What would be the crime of people who make false claims against other people in Biafralands?
Thank you very much. That what you saw was a charter, which is, like you said, maybe I would say First Amendment or stuff, but that was the Charter of Biafra that was adopted last year convention in Finland. And this year convention, with the result of the self-referendum, we are going to vote on the Biafra constitution. The constitution has been drafted with over 200 and something articles. And so it is something that will form the legal base for everything we are doing. So this question is well addressed in the constitution. It has to do with the law of Biafra and how people will be punished if they commit any crime, stuff like that. So it is well defined in the constitution of Biafra, which will be voted for and adopted during the next convention that is starting on the 29th of this month. So, and then of course it will be in the public after that, and so people can go and see their constitution. And that constitution is also subject to amendment. It must be upheld in addition to the treaties that Biafra government will sign in Finland. So, of course, what we are doing is to provide the opportunity that Nigeria never provided for our people: justice, equity, and fairness.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. Before you give your final comment, I just want to say that this platform, we don't encourage violence, obligated by law to make sure that I say that we don't encourage violence, action by anybody. at any time. All right. So, Mazi Simon, your final concluding.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are also not condoning any violence. We are only defending ourselves. And of course, we are going to defend ourselves using every mechanism available. When Nigeria brings violence, you defend yourself using violence. You don't expect somebody to come with gun to kill you, and then you go and defend yourself with a stick. You go with gun. If they come with AK-47, we go with AK-47 to defend ourselves. If they come with the GPMG, we go with the GPMG. If they come with the RPG, with the RPG. The only thing we don't have yet is armor tank, which they come with armor tank. They come with aircraft. We don't have it, but we defend ourselves with whatever we have. And we have anti-aircraft we will use to defend ourselves whenever they come to bomb our people. So we have been doing that and doing that very well. Like I said, I am very happy to be here to make some clarification today and answer question, though I was of Nigeria question than this Biafra supporters. But at the same time, I wish to be here next time so that those, and the next time if I'm coming here, Rudolph, make sure that you bring people that will really screw me with questions and difficult ones. It is good. I'm not for them because I know many of them will never, ever, ever agree with what I'm doing. But my target are those who may not even be here, but somewhere listening. Those are my target because I can never please everyone. So somebody have commented that I should sit at home. Sit at home is not going to stop. It is one of the mechanisms we are using. It is one of the approach we are using. Like I have said, the 4 approach we are using for today is the political approach, the diplomatic approach, the armed struggle approach, and the civil disobedience approach. So this civil disobedience approach falls under the sit at home. So sit at home can never stop because we will never allow Nigeria to breathe in the southeast, south, until Biafra is recognized. So thank you all. Anybody that have questions, always remember that I am open to receive your questions and answer them. You can contact the Biafra government through the chief of staff or the Biafra government media teams. You can contact them. And also for those coming to Finland, I welcome all of you. It's going to happen in a few days' time. And then also, Rudolph, you may be surprised that Biafra government Ministry of Sports are currently somewhere around Europe. And Biafra national football team will be playing the first ever international tournament. And it is starting on the 14th of this month, which is next tomorrow. So the game will start next tomorrow and end on the 18th. So they already, they just, they probably arrived the country today. So our national football team will be playing. But when we first announced that, a lot of Uganda were flying. Oh, they're announcing their Biafran team. Everything we said, they believe it's a lie or they believe it's propaganda. But what they don't know is that this is a government, and we're not here to start lying to people to like what we're doing. But when we say it, we're also going to bring it publicly for you to see. When we start engaging the United States, they say it's a Photoshop, they say it's a propaganda. But I don't blame them because during the time of most of these people, they were actually agitating for propaganda. So we don't do propaganda. Everything we do is online, verifiable. You can call the people involved and ask them whether we have been engaging them to educate them about Biafra, presenting Biafra as a solution to bring stability to the Western Africa, Sahel region, and beyond. This is something that everybody must know. Nigeria has failed and can never, ever work for anybody. So the only thing you can do as a Biafran, if you are a Biafran, is to support or remain silent and watch how we will liberate you from Nigeria. Thank you very much, Rudolph. Looking forward to having this conversation again with you.
Thank you, appreciate you, and I want to thank everybody that joined us. If you have not liked this show, please do, and if you have not subscribed, please do, so that more people can see this. Thank you, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and I will see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, welcome everybody. And let's do a quick recap of what happened. I appreciate all of you, those that joined us, those that sang songs, those that were dancing, those that were pissed off. Welcome all of you back.
Those that have the map of Biafra,
those that those that were in the closet and they're now coming out. We appreciate all of you.
including those that are busy with hunting other people.
So let's do a quick recap. We're not going to stay long. I want to start with the people that didn't get a chance to question or comment. So let me start with you, Tunde. Tunde, you're coming. Can you hear me? No? Is Tunde still here? All right, I can't see him. Oh, he's here, but he can't hear me. All right, let's start from electricity down.
Am I?
Oh, okay, Tunde, go ahead.
Am I given opportunity to talk?
Yeah. You're the first.
Oh, God bless you. I just want to say thank you, my Prime Minister. The man Chede made a lot of mistakes in talking rubbish to our Prime Minister. Any evil on the head of our Prime Minister is directly or indirectly on every Biafran man. So respect should be given to our Prime Minister. Mazi Simon Ekpa is doing a marvelous work. So any disrespect to Simon Ekpa is also disrespect to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I love Simon Ekpa, what he's doing, and I love Nnamdi Kanu. I'm from Anambra State, in spite of my name, Tunde Okafor. So, and Rudolph, I thank you for moderating very well. The Yoruba man that spoke, Ade, Ade should be a man that I was born at Yoruba. He's talking about Nigeria being. There's nothing good that can come out of Nigeria. For the past 60, am I still on? Am I still on?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. There's nothing good that can come out from Nigeria. Nigeria is a place where nothing works except bribery and corruption. Quote me any day, anytime. Nigeria is a place where nothing can work except bribery and corruption. How can we continue to live as a Nigeria for the past 60 years and nothing is working? I was in Potiskum where I did my youth corps. I was discriminated. I was regarded as a foreigner. I did my youth corps in Fika Government Secondary School, Potiskum. I was ashamed. So I'm not proud to say that I'm a Nigerian, although I have Italian passport. But Mama mia, please bear with me. I just want to say thank you, my Prime Minister. Those people who conspire and kidnap Nnamdi Kanu, it can never be well with them. That's my prayer.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo.
All right.
Very nice job.
Thank you, Tunde. Thank you so much. Yeah. What I would do is anybody that if you speak, I'll move you so that there are people back and at the back end who are interested in coming in. So let me go to who is all right. Let me start with you, Pastor. Go ahead. Pastor, electricity.
Sorry, can you skip me for now, please?
All right. All right. Mbore in California.
Anyway, can you hear me, everybody?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Namokonkwo. And good whatever time it is over there in your country. And good morning to the rest of the panel. But you know, let me tell you now, I don't know if you know, I'm a great grandmother. One of those children that made me a grandmother is just like you. Ever shaggy, what are you doing? You're wasting my time. Just start cutting.
No.
And thank you for your unwavering support of what you believe in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nigeria or whatever that is. Here they say, oh, you are from Africa. I say, I don't think so. What is the meaning of Africa? You are from Nigeria. That's if you know what Nigeria is. So you just answer to any concoction that is being stuffed down your throat. Nigeria will never work because it was never meant to work. Or I would say Nigeria is working the way they wanted it to work. It won't work for people who know anything about equity, fairness, just no, because it wasn't meant to work that way. The people who are making sure that it doesn't work, whether it is the Fulanis or if they have addiction, they said from inception that they are not in a hurry. And they are so very much doing that, making sure that even if it is eternity that it takes them, they will kill, they will annihilate, they will pillage, they will, and they have continued. You know what is reading now, the newcomers, I don't even want to know their name. But the important thing there is, can we step out fearlessly? If we die, boy, we die. For somebody like this great grandma, life and death is the same. Just what did you do with whichever one you have? What exactly did you do? You are afraid your person will be changed. You are afraid Christ will do that. You are afraid. Or will you be afraid whether you are here or anywhere? So I am so proud of you, Kenneth. The way when you come out, you are not afraid of whoever is the so is CM and a few others. So, Okamwa, that is Simon that came. You all are asking, so how are you going to? So, has anybody get up and say where? Because I know whether you're in the north, south, west, wherever in Nigeria, you are not favored. What are you doing? You think it is a Makaranta book? It won't take you anywhere. It's because of your command of English. It don't mean nothing. So whoever is trying to do something, when you start doing something, believe me, you will know how it will be done. So I am so thankful that there are people who are ready to dare. So keep on daring, Kene, you and the rest like you. And I yield. You can take me off, big boy.
All right, thank you, Bore.
Can I say something?
No, hold on. I'll come to you. I know you're in Nigeria. Okay, maybe we should go to you first.
Okay, thank you.
Adini, go ahead.
Okay, please. I just want to talk about some misconception that we have about Nigeria. You see, let us go back to history. China's condition was worse than Nigeria's own some years back. So when people say Nigeria can never work, I just say no, it is not true. Nigeria can work. All what we needed to do is to look at the past, system that we have been operating, the reasons why they failed, and address it. That's why it took me time to write this constitution. I look at the past since independence. What have we been doing that failed us, and address it? If you don't do that, if all of us don't come together to look at what we have been doing wrong in the past, and this is what politicians are exploiting for their own interest, they will come and say Nigeria will never work. No, Nigeria can work. China was worse than Nigeria before, and it worked. Asian countries, Singapore, Malaysia, all of them, they were worse than Nigeria. But they sat down and fixed their institutions, fixed the political system they were operating, and it is working for them. For example, in UK today, they were under monarchy, but the common people fought against the monarchy and relegated the monarchy to the background, took the executive work from the monarchy, and they gave it to the common people. So today we have House of Commons, this House of Common People that are running the show in UK, and UK is better off. So if we see that today now because of some people that are, benefiting from the loopholes in the constitution and in the system, and we come and say Nigeria is not working, then we are not helping Nigeria. That's just what I want to say. Let us look at the loopholes and then let the government know that this is what is killing Nigeria. Let's address it this way. This country will be okay. For example, the UK government cannot go and use government money to buy SUV for their officials. They will never do that. A lot of countries in Europe can never do that. Maybe they can only do it in places like US. But in Nigeria, we are still doing it. Using billions of naira to buy SUV to run their government houses, which it is not supposed to be. So we need to look at the institution, look at the constitution and block all those loopholes, and we move on. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Adeni. We give everybody 3 minutes because I have to end it, and then there's another show that will come on after as soon as I end. So, Kenneth, you're on next. 3 minutes.
Thank you. My special great Grandma Mbore Dalo. They say that onye jezioku ihera de emie. Dr. Damages, I would like to thank you immensely for inviting our leader here. Whether anybody likes it or not, it is today. Simon Ekpa is one of our Biafran leaders. As you all know, I'm a strong supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, Akajin Nnamdi Kanu. Today, Simon Ekpa is on the front line, and I'm a strong supporter of Nnamdi Kanu. Simon Ekpa. Yes, Dr. Damages, please, I would like you to share that complaint form, please. I need to complain about some people with spanner here because I'm being attacked personally. Yeah, I can hear you.
I will share it. Don't bring
Yes.
up any issue about
Yes.
but I will share. I said I will share. Check your comment section and you see.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, go ahead. Round up.
So the thing is, some of us are still sleeping, and when I mean some of us, the Biafrans, BU Igbo Biafran, non-Igbo Biafran, that is against this movement. You are still sleeping. Like I always say, I can only pray for you to save salvation. The eyes will open. Maybe it will be too late for you. But I don't think, our hands are always open to embrace our own. And my brother, Revolution, special thanks to you for identifying with a fellow revolutionist. You are a good man, and I see that spirit in you. Gradually, we all will one day join hands together. BU, Igbo, Orobo, Ishekiri, Ishan, Bini, we are all same. One day we'll all come to put hands together and fight our common enemy, which is Islamization of Nigeria, which is making sure that our region, this name that I mentioned now, you are not excluded, that our region are being squeezed, our region are being subjugated, is being subjugated. We'll all join hands and fight the common enemies. My prayer for all of us is that one day that thing came for, that progression, that what they call it, innovation that we are looking for, we all have it, and detach ourselves completely from a country that has instituted and licensed an agency, Islamic agency, that stood for eradication of innovation. When Simon Ekpa mentioned that here, a lot of us were surprised, but I think I've shared that with Dr. Damages a long time ago. They have a licensed, registered agency that is working against innovation. And these are the kind of people you want to share same country with. This is the kind of people you want to share the same identity with. God forbid.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you. Before we continue, because we are running out of time, I want to thank those that supported us today. Madam Luke, Tope, Oscar Black, Oscar Black. And this is very important because that's how we keep this channel going. Oscar Black, Alexander Gomez, Oscar Black, Samuel, Ifeanyi Samuel, AY, Ebi, AY, Oscar Black, Dennis Chibuzo, T Majek, Ifeanyi Samuel, Odo Ifedigo. New is always better. Thank you all for your support. We appreciate all of you. And let's go back to Revolution, Ernest.
Doctor, first of all, I want to give you some boosters, Sometimes you bring my people like I like to see. I've been hearing of Samuel Ekpa. It's an honor to meet him personally. In as much as I respect other people's view about what he's doing, for me, Nigeria needs somebody to, to shake them up. Though I can say I stand in one Nigeria, but if one Nigeria cannot work, then separation is the next option. And if Sam and I'm the kind of standing for that, I will support them. I'm an Igbo man born in Enugu, so I'm much attached to them more. So he's coming here today is an honor, and I will honor him also by going to Finland. It's a neighbor to me, to support them more physically. So thank you for bringing him. I don't want to waste much time. I just want to appreciate you so much for bringing these intelligent people, revolutionaries, people who love Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Revolution. Righteous Man, you're next.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, appreciate you and every other panelist. Quite interesting, quite revealing. My prayer is that our gathering as Nigerians, irrespective of our differences, should pave way for us to have a common goal of a new Nigeria. When David Wundayo spoke last, was it Monday, and when Simon Ekpa was speaking, my mind was trying to rehearse the words of David Wundayo with some of the things that Simon Ekpa alluded to. I keep asking myself, when I'm in the midst of people, why is it that Nigeria has not worked for anybody except the selected elites who have captured the bones and the marrows of Nigeria? Because if Nigeria is working, there won't be Simon Ekpa, who have previously stood for Nigeria, got some people of Masop arrested when they were talking about Biafra. What suddenly changed that he now become a proponent of let's dissolve Nigeria? So I think we have to sit down and look at the causes of these things. And I believe so much that if it is solved, there won't be tomorrow anyone that will come up to say he wants to break out of Nigeria. That's just my observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's thank you, Righteous Man. Let's go to Ton. Ton, you're next.
Dr. Damages, I appreciate you. I do apologize for jumping in. I came home and I entered my pajamas ready to Saturday my evening. However, I've had a meeting this evening and I've got to run out for the next half an hour. So I just want to say I'll be off and I'll be back later if that's okay.
All right, go ahead.
I thank you and I thank the panel for considering.
Or do you want to talk now, Diago?
If you don't mind, Tom.
if damages it allows it, yeah, you can go. And
thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, sir. Again, as everybody has said, I want to join them in speaking up for Rudolph in what he does on this panel. I understand Rudolph in certain ways in that he wants to keep things at a certain level. The individual that he has brought on as a guest again is kudos to Rudolph's platform and the way he thinks. And I think we all have to buy in to the way Rudolph himself is thinking. So bringing on somebody like Simon Ekpa, who I have a lot of confrontation with in terms of, ethics is wrong, in terms of point of view. I think it was Ekene that outlined that I could never challenge in a conversation or a debate. And I feel that that's not true. However, one thing I like about Simon Ekpa, what I've seen on this program, one day, one man went to Mo, or whatever he calls himself. He came on the show, and instantly, Simon Ekpa was able to call him out. He said, one began speaking. Simon Ekpa then returned. He said, "Are you a Nigerian?" One man replied, "Yes." "I don't believe you're a Nigerian," he said. "I believe that you are fake. I think you have a fake accent, one, and I don't want to speak to anybody on this matter who is not a Nigerian." That in itself, for me, was fantastic, because he was able to spot a criminal, so to speak, based on these platforms that are out there and what comes out of people's mouth. Our man Electricity is here. I'm not going to make any complaints, but he is one of those that will need a bringing out as far as his character and performance on this platform. Now, I would have loved to have spoken to Simon Ekpa. Unfortunately, I was busy in and out. I would have loved to have spoken to him based on one. Does he think that Nigerian people can wake up themselves and bring, it's something that we don't really discuss, bring Nigeria itself out of this nonsense that we are living in? And I have belief that it can. And I would wonder what he would say if Nigerians themselves join to have power amongst our people, to have Biafra at our back, to have Boko Haram at our back, to have all these things that basically are going to be tumultuous to bring into existence. It's going to be hard work, Biafra, when Nigeria is already there. And ostensibly, I would argue that they're very much the same thing. So I would have liked to put that to him and really seen his response. He will be back at some point. So I'll have to hold on and wait until he's back. I thank you for the time.
All right, thank you. There's something you said I don't quite understand. We don't encourage, you can call any politician whatever you want, but I don't